お待たせいたしました。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. Thank you very much for attending Ruby World Conference 2024. Let me introduce myself. I'm going to serve as MC Miwa Ishihara. I thank you for your kind cooperation for the smooth conduct of the conference. Now, Ruby World Conference 2024 is the 16th of this outstanding series of the conferences, and it's been running for 2 days, yesterday and today, in International Conference Hall of Shimane Prefecture. Organized by Ruby World Conference Executive Committee with the assistance of many sponsors and supporting organizations. And this year, just like last year, we are running Ruby Week and carrying out various programs and events in this special 1 week under the spirit of freedom, fun, and contribution to community, exemplified by Ruby's sense of values. Ruby Week has 3 pillars: Ruby Biz Grand Prix, Ruby World Conference, and Ruby Prize. And as I mentioned, various events and programs are taking place during this week. So for further details, please check them out in our website. And up until today, for a 3-day period, TV tower of TSK Sanyin Chuo TV station and Matsue Terusa building adjacent to JR Matsue station are lit up in ruby red. Perhaps some of you have viewed the beautiful illumination, and the light up is also seen tonight, so I hope you will take time and enjoy the view. Now, on behalf of the organizer, I'd like to invite Mr. Shugo Maeda, Secretary General of the Executive Committee, to give us an opening speech.
Good morning. I'm Executive Director of the Executive Committee of the Ruby World Conference. Today, thank you so much for coming to this conference in spite of your busy schedule. And also, we would like to thank all the support given to us by the supporting and sponsored companies. And I'm very glad that we are having this opportunity to hold this conference. Yesterday, Mr. Seki spoke about the story of the time that internet was not common. I'm younger than Mr. Seki, so I don't know those age, but in the 1990s, that was a time that internet became known to normal people, and that was the times that I was enjoying my young days. And I was very much excited to see the changes that were coming. And after that, the technology has been changing so rapidly. But there are some aspects that we didn't think that it will be like that. So like Mr. Andy talked yesterday, that some of the companies like X are centralizing their power. And I think we should have something that each nodes are independent, that even individual people can start up their own servers. And by having that, maybe there should be an alternative to the centralized options. So Andy talked about the Fediverse yesterday, and so that was the good opportunity for us to think of in what way we can use the technology for the future. So I think that was a very inspiring talk. But unfortunately, when we look at the SNS on the hashtags, I think still there are people in the X, the conference information does not come up so much. So maybe many of the people just made an account but did not talk about this. So I hope that you will talk about Mastodon or Miski or also on the threads recently from Fediverse. We can sometimes see some of the posts related to Fediverse, but you have to set with something to show the Fediverse that we can also find those in the posts, so that will make the change in the words. So that is my request. So to ask you to please post those hashtags. And also we talk about the budget for Ruby. I think Mr. Matsumoto today will give us the keynote speech for the better Ruby. We'll talk about the future plan for the Ruby. So please enjoy the keynote address. And also we are going to have many lectures today and presentations today that might be of great use to your future. And so let's enjoy this day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maeda, Executive Director of the Executive Committee. Now we would like to move on to Ruby Sponsor Session Day 2. Please wait for a few minutes until the stage is ready. Thank you.
お待たせいたしました。
Thank you very much for waiting. Thank you very much for a very warm fan service. Now I'd like to begin day 2 sponsor session. The speaker is Mr. Hitoshi Hasumi with ANPAD Inc. The title is Global Ruby Conferences Energized by ANPAD's Rubyists, both in public and private. Mr. Hasumi, or known as Hasumin, has been very active in the Ruby world. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hasumi with ANPAD. Global Ruby conferences energized by our employee Rubyists. Ruby is fun. I'm sure that all of you are experiencing this. Why is it so fun? Do you have any answer, Mr. Matsumoto? You don't know the answer? The conferences are so fun. So half of the Ruby's joy is made of conferences. I'm really serious. There are so many conferences, and perhaps the Ruby is one of the very few where conferences are so enjoyable. All of us are the ones who love coming to conferences for Ruby, and I think that is one of the motivations we are continue to be Rubyists. Mina Swan may perhaps not know this, but ANPAD is now an essential element of Ruby conferences, so please allow me to go through this. In 2024, this year, according to my own research, those are the conferences where ANPAD employees, Rubyists, have spoken in Australia, Okinawa, in Singapore, Kenya, Osaka, Matsue, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, Kaigi on Rails in Tokyo, and the RubyWorld conference. Here we are today. In all of those conferences and meetings, our employees, Rubyists, I'm talking about only those Rubyists in our company, have spoken in all of these conferences only for this year. United States is not covered this year, but our employees, Rubyists, have been all around the world, and this is our employee, Mr. Shibata, Ruby committer. He has been monitoring Ruby, and this is his photo in Australia. This is a selfie by Shibata. This is in Okinawa. He is watching over Ruby gems, and this is recently he's talking about the standard library, default gem, and historical background. He is trying to elucidate various myths and library management risk may entail security risks, and ecosystem as a whole needs to be considered in that regard. And Shibata has been working really hard in this area, and I believe that this is what he talked about in Singapore. And his favorite method, he is good at enumerable map. He gave me an instant method, and he is good at such a method like ASD and pass. This is Takada. He discussed the passes in Okinawa. He discussed the lemma as he did yesterday, and this is Euroko in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And enumerable, context sensitive, context free. Well, I don't know what he was talking about, but he discussed something really difficult in the conference in Bosnia-Herzegovina. This is in Tokyo 2 months ago. Token sequence that received something prepares ASD. I think he discussed parsers, and this is him yesterday. He again discussed something really difficult in his talk yesterday. So his favorite method is ASD syntax tree. This is the method he is really good at. passing is the only thing he thinks about in his life. And Mr. Kawahara, in Osaka's conference, he discussed the D Ruby. Mr. Seki discussed the D Ruby at the very end of yesterday's program. He discussed the character sets, and D Ruby is one of the libraries he made. And Kawahara-san, I think, was an elementary school student when Ruby was first released, and he discovered this old method, the D Ruby, and he gave a really fresh look at D Ruby. And his favorite method is local variable set. It's great that he is good at such a method. I wonder how he uses in his work. And this is me. This is the RubyConf Africa in Kenya this year. I discuss MyCon, and we participate in a panel discussion session. AI is the theme, and on that particular day, all of a sudden I was asked to take part in this panel discussion. I somehow survived this discussion session in Osaka. I had to make a speech, so I discussed something which is not useful for anyone, and this is in Yuruka, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and I held a workshop, and Matsumoto-san participated as a student, and we looked at microcomputer. And this is MATSUE Ruby Kaigi in October, and I was also able to enjoy the reception. And this is my method, binding IRB. This is essential for me and also for all of you. Especially the build system for mRuby is made of rake, and in order to illustrate through the rake, perhaps I'm sure that all of us are using hundreds of times IRB. And we send not just speakers to conferences, but also we organize conferences. And Mr. Takada for Osaka Ruby Conference, and Pupu Popo 88, our employee lobbyist in Kaigi on Rail 2024, and I also was a member of the operating executive committee of MATSUE Ruby Kaigi 11. Thus, we employees of ANPAT do not only use Ruby for our work, but also for sending speakers and also for working behind the scene, behind these conferences. And I hope that many of you are encouraged to work with us and join our company. ANPAD makes a web service for construction industry. The central part of our service is construction management. What kind of a construction project begins on what day, and what kind of professionals have to be hired, and we share photos, and we throw notes. In this manner, we are creating many web services as products, one after another. There are so many pieces of services we provide. Limited number of jobs for us. So I'm sure that when you join us as an engineer, there are so many jobs you can work upon. I joined this company 5 months ago, and the business side, commercial side, employees have such a deep love of our products and services. It's quite surprising, and I'm so impressed by the love and passion shown by commercial and marketing people toward our services and products we make. And because of such a deep love of our business side people, we continue to devote ourselves to making new services and products. And we have a booth downstairs. Please visit our booth, and if you please join our company. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
蓮見様、ご発表ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. Kasumi. So that's all about the Ruby sponsor session day 2. And then we're going to have a keynote speech by Mr. Matsumoto, chair of the executive committee of this event, and we would like to set up the stage.
はい、お待たせいたしました。
Thank you very much for waiting. We would like to just proceed the meeting on time because we have remote participants as well. And then perhaps it may be a kind of fun to just show your hand. But anyway, let us start the keynote lecture. And then Mr. Hiroki Matsumoto, the speaker of the keynote speech, is the chair of the executive committee of this event, RubyWorld Conference 2024, and then director of a Ruby Association. And as you know, Mr. Matsumoto is well known in the world as a developer of Ruby. And then today's talk that is entitled Better Ruby. So, Mr. Matsumoto, now the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Well, Ruby World Conference up until last year, actually, I just made a keynote speech, and then the Grand Prix, just the presenter and others. Just I made some complaint, and then somebody just came up with the idea that why don't you just provide a keynote speech on the second day, but the total work I'm given that is the same. And yesterday. We enjoyed 500 participants, exactly 500. That is a good number, right? So let us start the keynote speech. Well, actually, I walk a dog every morning, and then actually I couldn't talk enough with the interpreters. Perhaps some interpreters may in a panic. But I'm grateful of their work. But anyway, let us start my keynote speech. The title is Better Ruby. So NACL and OSP and the Ruby Association, I work for these just company and organization, and I'm a chair of executive committee of this event as well. And Ruby, that is a wonderful, great language, right? And then just one of the reasons is that we have a lot of conferences. And then the other, I think the creator is a genius. Well, no. To be honest, for example, yesterday there was just a prize. The prize winners products. Actually, I was just amazed that there are much better developed than I am. So that means I never be a genius. But when I developed Ruby for the first time, well, the target, I had quite a clear target. That means I wanted to just create a Ruby programming language for those who loves programming and who loves freedom and who want to be productive as well. So that means these people just want to just create or do some programming work comfortably. That is my target for my development of Ruby. And then when I just tried to develop Ruby in 1990s, actually, I wanted to just create a new programming language that would make me comfortable in the process of programming, and then the result was Ruby. And then I like a lot of different programming languages, and then I try to just extract good points from different programming languages, and this is good and that is good. So I try to just collect everything and all that are good from many different languages, and for quite a clear target. And at the time, that was me. So I just developed Ruby for me, myself. So this is the language I developed for me and for myself, and I didn't care about people. I don't care about others. But in 1995, I developed completely this language, and then well, I think just sharing this kind of a programming language or just let others copy this language. So that is a kind of a free of charge. So I decided to share this language with other people. That means I put this language on the internet, and then unexpectedly, it was a kind of a surprise that other people just agreed with me that this is a wonderful, great language. And then as a result of that, the people just have come to love Ruby. And that is how we have come to this time. And Ruby is great because we love the language. And I think the conference is one of the results of that love. So we love Ruby, and Ruby is great, and that's why we want to use the Ruby. And we love Ruby, and we use Ruby. So we just built a community of Ruby users, and we just build communities of Ruby, and then share and exchange information. Or some people may want to just advise the companies. So we have just conferences like this. And the Ruby Conference America, actually, that is one of the main conferences we did in US, and then European version as well. So including this kind of a region, the Ruby conference of just many regions or countries. I think there are a lot of Ruby conferences, and when you visit these conferences, you can just exchange with other people, and that is quite fun. And as a result of that, yes, you may just create new gems, and then the Ruby gems that is just created in order to just manage a lot of the gems, and then the Ruby that has been just improved more and more to be just a better language, programming language. And 2001, for example, in Tampa, Florida, actually we had our first Ruby conference there. That Ruby conference, actually, that was a small in scale, perhaps with the participant attendance of 30. And yesterday, actually, at 500. So that means at the first Ruby conference, just the participant or attendance that was about 1/10. But still, they came from 15 or 16 countries. So that was quite diverse in the population of participants, although the scale was small. And the Perl C version, like library or library collection mechanism, is necessary. Actually, that was one of the topics we discussed, and then just the only 30 people just got together, and then just to talk about libraries, and that resulted in gems. And then the first version of the gems that was just developed and released. So that means community just exists, and then that led to the new development of technologies. And then if you're involved in this kind of a development or developing activities, you would have a greater love. And then, yes, there are many open source communities or many different programming language communities. And then, as I said before, actually love, again, love. I think the Ruby love, I think that is one of the unique and great feature of a Ruby community. So, again, love, the Ruby users love the Ruby, and that's just help create this kind of a nice and friendly communities. And actually, it's not me who just organize this kind of communities, and then I have no intention at all to just train, educate other people, and encourage them to join community. But the community is just coming up as kind of naturally. So Ruby is great, and there is another factor that just show the greatness of the Ruby is Ruby is just always evolving. Ruby is open software, so that means you can use Ruby anytime at no cost. For example, if you want to just a commercial, just a software, perhaps you have to make some amount of a payment, for example, 10,000 yen or so. But people say that Ruby, that is a great software, a great programming language. But if you just decided to just let others use a Ruby programming language, the Ruby programs, for some charge, then you would be a rich billionaire. Some people say that way. However, open software that is not only Ruby, there are many other just languages as well. And then if I just try to just make some money by just offering a Ruby, even if the Ruby, or even though the Ruby is great, if that is, for example, 10,000 yen, I think that perhaps many people would not wouldn't use a Ruby because perhaps they did not understand the worth of a Ruby if that is chargeable. And then if even if there is some conference, some other people may say that yes, there used to be a kind of a programming language named Ruby. Yes, I remember that kind of a discussion may have been just going on. So Ruby is offered for a charge, and then as a result of that, many users just come and start using Ruby and develop Ruby just programs, and then that just helped create communities more and more. And nobody is forced to use Ruby. And yes, sometimes the company boss just decide to just use Ruby, and other people are forced to use Ruby. That kind of situation may occur, but I think it's only just depend on technical just a decision whether they want to use Ruby or not. And there is no sales people and promote use of Ruby, so that isn't the case for Ruby. So basically, well, the people just choose to use Ruby based on their own passion or love to the language. And nowadays, some people say that Ruby is getting bored. And actually, once the people just decided to go away from Ruby, or once that kind of a trend is occurring, it may be difficult to just prevent them. So in order to maintain and keep community, that community members would like to just keep the Ruby as attractive and appealing as possible. So that may just make motivation. And for example, users and the developers, perhaps the distance between these two groups of people need to be just shortened or just modified, and then topics and benefits and others. Perhaps the Ruby community want to just keep offering that kind of things, values and the benefits and then appealing points every year, and then something interesting that need to be just offered all the time. And also something beneficial of a new version of Rubies that need to be just continue to be offered. So the new version of Ruby that is released in December every year with the new features, and the new features are just added for us and also for the attractiveness of Ruby itself. So fun and profit. So for these two reasons, we just continue to develop Ruby more and more. So this is what we have done in the past. For example, YARB 2007, and multi-encoding and Unicode 2013, and the refinement 2013, and the generational GC 2014, and incremental GC 2015. MJIT, that is our first JIT compiler 2018, and the pattern matching 2019, and object compaction 2019, Ractor 2020. and a single line def 2020. And YG to 2022, only 2 years. And the Ruby Wasm 2023, Data Class 2023, and the Prism, well, 2023, and the default from this year. And Yelp, yes, yet another Ruby VM. This is developed by Koichi Sasada, not me. Well, Mr. Sasada. That is a stack-based bytecode machine. And before that, actually, there was a tree walking interpreter. That is what I wrote. But to be honest, that was not so efficient. So at the time, the Ruby was slow, and but thanks to the release of Yelp, perhaps 3 times to 50 times we could just speed it up the work. It depends on just other factors. But actually, it was me who have just written most part of the Ruby, including just a core. But the virtual machine is a kind of developed by somebody else, and that was just cause some mental conflict in my mind.
And the virtual machine was much better than something that I wrote. And so I had a complicated feeling. And now this became the beginning that many other people are also involved in the development. Also about the encoding. Yesterday, Mr. Seki talked about this, that the Japanese people have been suffering the moji bake because within Japan there are various encoding like GS and many others encoding systems in Japan. Therefore, it has been difficult for Japanese. And also the software that are made outside of Japan does not cope with the Japanese language. So always they had to make another version which is for the Japanese version, or the VI, just Japanese VI. And myself also, the shell bash does not apply to Japanese, so we could not use it with a Japanese file name. So I stayed 2 nights overnight to make it to cope with Japanese language. So I think the Japanese people have been suffering those things. Both people who live in the US or in Europe, they're using the same alphabet for the characters. So maybe they don't know the difficulty that we are experiencing. So it was a difficult time for me to go around and explain about that. So that leads to the multi-encoding. But now, the program language that supports a multi-encoding is Ruby, is the only one. I'm proud of that. And so UCS is a universal character set. So this something is a character set like a Unicode that can express various codes, or to introduce that one, or to have a encoding various encodings in one single programming will be another option. And if we use multi-encoding in Ruby in those days in 2000s, Unicode was something that we could not yet trust. The impression that now we have a new encoding. Therefore, Ruby is still using that, but now the Unicode is becoming more common, and the importance of this is becoming less. However, there still are characters that are not included in a Unicode, and in those cases, Ruby might be easier, might be very convenient. Talking about refinement, Ruby's open class. With the existing class, you can add methods, and so we call that monkey patching for those kind of things. Do you know why people call the monkey patching? Well, in the beginning, that was called guerrilla patching, and somebody said gorilla patching by mistake, and other persons say No, it's monkey because gorilla is similar to monkeys. I don't know if this is a true story, but this is something I read in the internet. Anyway, the existing method will be rewritten with a monkey patching, so that will influence a wide area. The refinement function can decide from which part to which part you can rewrite, and other areas to leave it as it is. So I wanted to add that kind of feature, but the spec was very difficult, and maybe this is the difficulty of API. Unfortunately, this is the design that maybe it's not a big success. Not many people are using. I know that somebody who made the first version is here in this room, but I will not try to look now. So it is possible also about the object to differentiate it by generations to make it more efficient, and the incremental GC implements the one from the old one to the new one, and by doing that, I hope that the translation is keeping up. So that makes better latency. And the MJIT, in order to increase up the Ruby's performance from 2014, Ruby 3x3 was a project named to make the Ruby speed 3 times faster. And responding to that, the red hat GCC maintainer is more commonly used, but it's a compiler made by that. And the C source code is here, and to compile with GCC is more top compiler, but the result is that makes it speedy enough. And then the pattern matching. Pattern matching is a huge enhancement of the language. It's 2.7, and with various kind of pattern matching is included here for Ruby also. A Raptor. Ruby is for the concurrency was not so strong. Ruby was not so strong in that because we made Ruby in the 1990s. In those days, I think all the computers have one CPU for one computer. We didn't have something like a multi-core, and so there was not necessary to need to make it too efficient. So when we designed Ruby at the beginning, we didn't have to think about that. Well, the first version maker is myself, but currently I think every machine has multi-scores, sometimes 60s or even 100s or more with the latest machine. Then we need to increase up the performance, but with the Ruby, it doesn't make it fast enough was the complaint that I have heard. So in order to deal with that, I made Raptor for that purpose. And besides that, as an approach for concurrency, CIO band, sometimes it is late due to the I/O, and so the fiber scheduler was introduced to solve that issue. And a single line def, it's included in 3.0, and it has a to add session to the def square. This was considered as an April Fool's Day jokes, talking about this kind of syntax. What do you think about that? Then it was used as it is. So you shouldn't tell any jokes in the Ruby community. In 3.2, we have YJIT replacing MJIT. MJIT, the use case to make it fast was limited. For example, rail case was not going fast enough. So the Ruby, among the Ruby's application, about 90% or 99% are rail applications. So it has to make this one speedy or would not have the meaning. That's why we made a YJIT. So there was approach to improve this part. In the beginning, it was implemented by C, but I received a mail that can I compile with Rust, and I don't like Rust so much. I can't read it, so I had to think for a while. So I have not been used touching the Ruby source code myself for a long time, and that's why I thought that in any way I will not be changing the Ruby source code. So maybe using Rust will be okay. And the policy for the Ruby development is not to step the brake, because if there's somebody who wants to try something new, I will not stop it. And this was introduced 2022, and it is becoming faster each year. And then now we're going to have 3.4, and it is becoming even faster. And in 2022, we had Ruby Wasm coming out to compile with Wasm. And for that, now it is possible to make the Ruby run on the browser. So now we have a new horizon for that. With one demonstration, Mastodon servers will be moving in the browser. You don't know which one is a client and which one is a server. This is by Yuta Saito, and this has been a great achievement by him. And the data class is 3.2 Ruby struct. Not like that, but it's a struct that you cannot rewrite. And this has been designed by a person named Victor, I call with a handle name Zubelok. And he was in the Ukraine and also belonging to the army. So I wonder how he can do that, even being in there. And also we had a new one which is called Prism since last year. You can use it from the two, or you can use it from the two. You can use it the same parser from both sides. So that's a benefit for this one. And for the 3.4 that will be coming out this year, the Prism will become a default. So looking back at Ruby, I think every attempt is done every year, starting from the small thing to large things. I think we have been working on various improvements. And about 2 months ago, in October this year, what is the most biggest element has been found, which is medicine element, medicines, which is 130 million minus 1 of the 279. It's if you calculate with 3.3, the answer is infinity, but I don't know if this is a real infinity or not. But this was raised as the issue of Ruby, that we cannot calculate the element here. So with 3.4, if we calculate that, then 41024320, and so that's the leisure that we have. With a 3.4, we can calculate that. So this is the various improvements that we are now working on. Now, what are we going to do with the future? Let me go back to a little time ago in 2003. I think this is something I touched upon in the RubyWorld in last year's. In 2003, the programming language, just putting away all the past relations and to make the programming language was becoming very common. And for example, Perl became Par6, and the Python was used. Then the Python 2 became the Python. Why don't we make the Python 3? So that was a trend that we saw those days. And I think in those days, Ruby was 1.6 or 1.7. So why don't we make the Ruby 2? And why don't we make a clean new Ruby? That's what we considered. And then Ruby 2.0 came out in 2013, but this just happened to be a coincidence to have this name, but it has nothing to do with this number. And so we decided to restart Ruby, just like a Par 6. And so we collected RCR, that means Ruby Change Requests. And the Ruby, to make it a totally new one, to put in new ideas, and we were asking what kind of feature would you like to add if you don't have to think of any relationships here. Then we put together all those ideas, so that became the Ruby 2 idea. And for example, the selector namespace, the keyword arguments, and the method combination, and the Unicode support, and pattern matching packages, and JIT compilers. So all these things were gathered. Well, unfortunately for myself, because I say so because I'm not very good in managing all these kind of things. The history of programming language is the conference that they talking about many different languages and putting together, making interviews to each developer, how they came up with this language and how they're working. So that you will find about C language or C++ and Pythons and many other languages. And somebody put it together as one thesis. And so they came also to make the interview to myself, but I don't keep any records, so I could not answer these questions properly. So I'm not very good in bookkeeping. So with the Ruby 2 idea, I'm not very good in organizing and keeping records of the past. So I just did not take care of Ruby 2 project.
I failed in trying to make a clean Ruby, but that was lucky for us in a sense, because Perl 5 to Perl 6, the idea wasn't quite a success, and from Perl 2 to Python 3000, that idea didn't go so successfully, so community migration took about 15 years. So when I think of it, for Ruby, I was too lazy and I decided to give up on such an idea. So for the whole Ruby community, that was good that I failed. So Ruby 2 ideas I mentioned earlier, as a matter of fact, most of them were implemented as they were in Ruby. For instance, select the namespace, refinement, cover part of them, and keyword argument 3.0, and method combination as a method prevent was introduced in 2.0, and Unicode support 1.9, and pattern matching was introduced in 2.7, and JIT compiler from 2.6. So what we wanted to do, most of them were introduced in Ruby in a phase-by-phase manner. What was left was select the namespace and packages. Those were left. So we wanted to do something about them. And for the first time in 20 years, we looked upon them and considered that perhaps we should introduce namespace. Namespace is a better refinement plus package as an idea. So by limiting the scope of names, it doesn't have an impact outside. Then for one application, the multiple versions of gems can be read, or this gem and this app, if the class name are the same, in such a case namespace can be separated, and then there is no effect on the other side. Ruby 3.4 we introduced namespace on an experimental basis. That was what was discussing. And with the Ruby Association grant, there was a prototype, and we merged them to release Ruby 3.4. That was what was discussed as a plan. But this was just experiment. So namespace class and namespace new as a class was introduced, and a loading library in that was the idea. But at the end of the day, like other languages, declaring package something or import something, introducing them into a linguistic function is what we are now discussing as an approach. But there is a bad news. Namespace wouldn't come in 3.4. Takamori-san, Satoshi Takamori, was born in Matsue. He is here. I don't know whether he is here today, but yesterday he was here in the conference. And recently he changed jobs, and he is too busy recently. And he have to catch the final train every day late at night. And the day before this conference, I met him, and he was so busy, and he told me that he was busy drinking with his friends. So maybe that was the truth. But anyway, we were not able to make it in time, and we didn't want to delay the release, so it is going to be accomplished next year. He said he promised that it's going to become next year, but not in 3.4 this year. But anyhow, when namespace is introduced, most of what we wanted to do for Ruby 2 would be realized. So maybe we will make it into Ruby 4.0. That's what I thought when I was preparing this presentation materials. But a RubyWorld conference, the day before day one, the committers had a meeting, and that's when we discussed Linux for a major version upgrade. There wasn't any special reason. They sometimes chose to do this. Today is Linux something something, and if we follow the suit. For Ruby 2.0 was released in 2013, and after that, after I began to make Ruby, it's been about 25 years. Maybe I'm wrong. In the 20th years? Yes, in the 20th years after I made Ruby, we released Ruby 2.0. And 2025 next year is going to be 30 years since the Ruby was released. Maybe that is a good timing to release Ruby 4.0, but it's still just an idea. But maybe with no great feature, we might release Ruby 4.0. There is such a risk that Ruby 4.0 may be released next year without a major feature added or improved. Other improvements in the future. Before I conclude, pipeline operator, like Alexa, that has pipeline operator. In Ruby 2.7, we wanted to introduce a pipeline operator into Ruby, and we introduced it in the development branch, but that was people didn't like it, so at the end of the day, it wasn't introduced in 2.7. And what we wanted to introduce in 2.7 was like this. This is specification A pipeline, B parenthesis C, and the pipeline and D. A dot B parenthesis C dot D and parenthesis. This is how that is considered. So I don't know which is right and left, but the one in the left is a receiver, and calling up the expression on the right hand side. What is different? There is a difference in a preference or priority, and you can write it in a plain flat manner. And we introduced it in 2.7 development version, but the Ruby community didn't like it at all. They said that it's different from Alexa's pipeline operator. Alexa's case, this is like this: A, B, C in parentheses, and D parentheses. A dot D left parenthesis, B left parenthesis, A dot C right parenthesis, and right parenthesis. So pipeline operator left-hand side calls up the right expression, and most of the people in the Ruby community was expecting something like this, and they didn't like what we first proposed for Ruby. What about the F#? This is its pipeline operator, the same expression. Goes like this, D left parenthesis B left parenthesis C dot A and so forth. What is the difference? After C comes A in this case. This is not Alexa but F# pipeline operator. So the left hand side comes with the left expression of the pipeline. Depending upon a language, the patterns to call up library differs. In the case of Alexa, for map, I think there are people who love map. Function is applied to sequence, and that's the sequence, the sequence of argument. But in the case of F#, that's the other way around. Sequence is applied with the function. So the right hand side, the place to insert right hand side gets different. In the case of Ruby, a sequence is applied with map and function in a block, and so the order is different. For Ruby, the optimum sequence is what I showed earlier. Our first proposal: receiver, left-hand side of the pipeline operator should be the receiver, and we proposed in such a manner, but this idea was not well accepted by the Ruby community. They say that they didn't like this, so I decided to give up on this. And recently, the idea which is hot is to have a placeholder. I don't know whether it's going to be a reality, but a pipeline, and we are going to specify where A is to be placed. In the underbar, in the underline, that is going to be the place of insertion. Then the left-hand side comes to the underbar, so B left parenthesis A, comma C right parenthesis dot D end parenthesis. So again, there are pros and cons, and we do not know whether we are going to introduce this, but there are people who propose such a pipeline operator. And if they are really serious, and we cannot put a brake on Ruby development, so we might try this. Last but not least, I'd like to talk about automatic typing. Recently, ASCII Duango, a company, released a book entitled MATSUE Essay in 2 volumes. From 1999 to 2007, I wrote a series of articles in the magazine, and that was summarized into these 2 books. And that was the articles I wrote 20 years ago also. Around that time, Ruby was becoming very popular, and a lightweight language or dynamic dynamic language was very popular. As I read my articles around that time, I sounded rather boastful, but dynamic typing was very popular around that time. And by using this, we can write in a compact and concise manner. So people love dynamic typing. And if you go to a bookstore, this MATSUE Essay book was just released, so you might want to read it, and they are available on Kindle too. So perhaps you may think that I am still the same with who I am 20 years ago, but I was impressed most by the following. Every month I was writing articles in multiple languages. But recently, I only write an article only once every 2 months. But 20 years ago, I was more active. But anyhow, about 10 years ago, from 2010 to 2014, static typing became popular. Earlier error detection, and better performance, and better IDE support. So, type information from static and IDE support high performance make it very popular. 20 years ago, there was no VS Code, and they used VI, and even today VI is used for development for some reason. But with the static type information, there are many things you can do. For instance, more precise error detection and more opportunities to optimize. But type is preferred by some people. But then this reminded me of a manual transmission of an automobile. Many years ago, when I got a driver's license, people were driving manual on transmission cars. And only with manual transmission, you can have a more precise control of the vehicles. And with manual transmission, the human can choose the best gear, and the more precise control is made possible, and it offers higher fuel efficiency, and that's why people liked manual transmission, and many people didn't like automatic transmission. But such cars have become gradually unavailable in the market, and especially so-called family cars. There aren't manual transmission family cars, so willy-nilly people began to drive automatic transmission cars like this. You handle it when you have to move forward. But even today, I think I can drive a car with a manual transmission. But do I want to really drive such a car? It's cumbersome, I recently feel. And now the car with automatic transmission has a better fuel efficiency, and it's really smooth today. And when you drive, when you want to change the gears, you can do it very smoothly, even with the manual automatic transmission. And some of the cars I drive today are semi-manual, or there is a lever for you to switch gears manually, but I never use it. It's all done with automatic transmission today. So today, automatic transmission is regarded as quick as a manual transmission, and it is regarded as efficient as manual transmission cars. And also there are various mechanisms of automatic transmission as I hear, and we don't need to care about how automatic transmission works, as long as the vehicle works smoothly. We don't care what is going on inside the car. So automatic transmission seems to be the way for the vehicles to go forward. And maybe the same goes for programming languages. That's how I feel about the future of programming language. So my personal prediction is as follows. In the next 10 or 20 years, for programming language, it's going to be automatic typing. The people don't write this is type this and type that. Rather, the computer would appropriately make predictions and make appropriate actions, and perhaps the humans don't need to write them in that detail. In reality, Ruby program you cannot write type declaration. Without it, Ruby works as it should. So that's the current level of automatic typing. And Ruby like automatic typing without type declaration. People are not quite happy. Low efficiency or VS Code is used, and type completion isn't working. In TypeScript, in comparison to TypeScript, completion is difficult to use, and the same with the co-piloting. Not enough support from tools. And also about the performance, as I mentioned earlier. So if we further develop our technologies in the future, enough level of precision and mistakes about type may be suggested automatically by the computer, or in the case of ambiguity, the computer would ask us about this ambiguity. Is this integer or is that a symbol? The computer would ask us to clarify a certain ambiguity. So regarding the type errors or mistakes, the computer would tell us in the correct manner. I think that future is just around the corner. And also for IDE support, yesterday in prize winners lectures, Mr. Ishida discussed the auto completion with IRB, and that the precision is much better than before. The same, I think, would happen with IDE support. So for a developer's experience, the experience would be as good as the current TypeScript, or better than what is available today. So in the next 10, 15, or 20 years, that may be the future for us. And we don't want Ruby to something of the past. Even in those future, we would like Ruby to be useful. And for that to happen, what the decisions we are going to make today are important. And my decision, including type information into the language, that is not what I see as a future. Rather, the RBS or TypeFrop or Sorbet, what they are doing should be further progressed in the future is what I think is important. Or Ruby LSP, VS Code is being supported by Ruby LSP, and that should be further improved. And RubyCop code quality should be advanced so that higher quality source writing will be supported by tools. And I think we need to work on such areas. A few years ago, when we had to invest into parser, because of the future vision, tools to support a development of Ruby was essential, is essential. So parser would help development of tools that help develop Ruby, and that's why we thought that we needed to invest into the development of parser. As a result, Kevin or others volunteered to develop parsers among other tools, and we will continue to make improvements on such a front. And these tools, or the future which will come out in the future, will further enhance the development of tools which would support Ruby, and that will, I think, will make the life of developers easier, and the developers on Ruby will be able to create more diverse values to society. As I listen to what the companies discuss, including the sponsors of this conference, all of them say that they are hiring developers. They are short of development personnel. Ruby developers of a good skill level are lacking in Shimane, in Tokyo, and everywhere in the world. We need Ruby developers. When I think of this, we need to have more Ruby developers and bootcamp and intensive courses. We need to support such educational opportunities, but at the same time, each person's productivity needs to be enhanced so that each developer is able to realize more values. Through this, each developer is able to work happily with a high efficiency of work, and that is the kind of dream. Happier and more efficient work for developers, and that will make the work with Ruby more fruitful for the society. And those who are working on Ruby as their profession, they can stabilize daily life, and they might be able to have sufficient money to afford to attend the conferences here in Shimane or go to the United States for Ruby conferences. And also the companies who hire those developers and use Ruby, they would be happy that they were able to make this profit from Ruby, so they might be willing to sponsor Ruby events, or they would hire more Ruby developers, or they would sponsor Ruby association or developers like me.
So anyway, well, perhaps what I want to say is programming is fun. Well, this is the fun. But there is something that is not so much fun, and by using Ruby and using Ruby tools, I would like to make the programming process much better and than just fun. And we are ready to just help you anytime. And I think Ruby, we would like to just improve Ruby, which will help you. So that is my promise and commitment. So that's all. And here the NACL and OS as a vision, and other just companies I served advisor for, and the GitHub sponsors. And actually, thanks to the depreciation yen, actually the price is going up. The GitHub sponsorship, that is the dollar domination, and then Shopify and the brands, they have become our sponsors as well. Thank you very much. And then Ruby community, wide meaning of the word. Ruby community is Ruby users and Ruby development and user support, and then thanks to them I can just live my life together with my family, and then that support lives of Ruby committers as well, and then that is also true for everybody. So Ruby community. Well, there is no just certification whether you are just a Ruby community members or not, but anyway, I would like to just thank all Ruby community members. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. So perhaps we can have accept only one question from the floor. If you have any question, please raise your hand. Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. Pablo for Kyoto System. Actually, I was joining this conference last year as well as a student, and I have a question. Well, actually, I'm on a development side, but Ruby on Rails. And then my question is about the Dysket and the JavaScript. Well, there may be some functionalities or features which may be able to be incorporated into Ruby. Place a holder pipeline operator. I think that is a kind of an idea from JavaScript. And then there is no such kind of things, but to be honest, actually JavaScript and Ruby, when you compare them, which is more just unique or more, how can I say, the particular as a programming language, I think the answer is quite clear. So there is a few functionalities we want to add from other languages. But if you just have some idea, come up with some new just functionalities or features you would like to put into Ruby, why don't you just reach me? Thank you very much. And if there is more question, then why don't you please just reach Mr. Matsumoto later personally. So let's finish this session with a big applause. Thank you very much. The afternoon Ruby City Matsue 2.4 commemorative lecture that is gonna start 1:00 p.m. And then the lunch boxes are ready in the first floor exhibition hall, and you need to just bring a bento lunch ticket with you and go down there. And you are not allowed to eat or drink here in this venue. So why don't you please just stay on the first floor. And then just I would like to remind you to just throw away trash into trash bin correctly. Thank you. And then there are some other just sponsor companies just a gift as well that is in the back of the venue. And then exhibition booth that is set in the exhibition hall. And the Platina sponsors a short presentation is given later from 12 o'clock. E-Grid and Rise Up and the film reel and tomorrow's team and Shimane OSS conference. So we're going to have a sponsors short presentation in this order. So why don't you just visit or just listen to these presentations as well. Thank you very much.
必ずお持ちの上、受付にご返却ください。レシーバーに不具合がございましたら、係の者までお申し付けください。国引メッセ駐車場をご利用の方は、駐車料金の無料サービスがございます。1階大展示場にお立ち寄りください。また、大展示 お待たせいたしました。
Thank you very much for waiting. We are going to start the afternoon session with the first presentation, Ruby City MATSUE 2.0 lecture. The Ruby City MATSUE 2.0 is a new challenge of Matsue City, which is started in April 2024. This is to make Matsue where dreams come true. And today, to commemorate the first year, we're going to have a guest, Mr. Yokoji, CTO of Free. This company has an origin of Matsue City, and now he works in Tokyo. And Mr. Yokoji is kind of a very good, great model case of Ruby 2.0. And then I believe that his lecture is gonna just serve as a kind of a trigger to create a new product. And just to make a smaller business to a world player around the Shimane engineers. So that is the title. So Mr. Yokoji, please. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Yokoji, working at the Free. So not only Yokoji for SaaS Free, I would like to just make my own presentation based on my own history and experience, just rooted in Matsue, Shimane Prefecture. And here, this is a Ruby conference, and then the people just come from many different countries, regions in the world. So anyway, I would like to share my own experience. And I just come from Matsue. Actually, this is the school's name. I just graduated from to the elementary school in Matsue 4 and Matsue East High School. And then actually, I've just come back to this city first time in the past 20 years after the ceremony of the just 20 years old. And then actually, my parents just run a small business in Matsue City. So that is kind of my origin. But I just majored in the computer science at university. I joined Sony, and I met the current president of Free. And then actually my parents just ran a sweet shop, and then the president parent just ran just a beauty parlor. So we have a very good chemistry with each other. And then just the Rails, the type 1 to type 2, just switching, and our Ruby on Rails. Actually, we just have been using Ruby on Rails from the beginning of our company, Free. And first, I would like to say something about our company and then our product as well. And this is our company profile. And then back office work, and then also startup related businesses. We would like to just offer a kind of integrated system in order to manage the smaller business from different points. And we have a headquarters in Osaka, and then 1,700 employees, they work here, and then about 500 of them are engineers. So we would like to, or we hope just to make small businesses into the world of global players. And then small and medium businesses and the freelancers, and then I think perhaps in terms of the total number, perhaps 5 to 6 million, and that is 99.7% of the business entities, and then that just represents 60 to 70% of our labor force. But in terms of GPT or productivity, actually, the productivity is much lower in these small businesses, particularly compared to the big businesses, because actually back office just services or back of management, that is more and more difficult if you just run a small business. So we would like to do something. We would like to just offer some solutions to these kind of small businesses by offering integrated management platform. So I would like to show some short video. So how can people just break free from just cumbersome just works or and then also how to just make the business into power, and how is the management that can be just converted into a more natural and easy things, and how can managers just raise their children towards just their dreams, and how can people just make their businesses easier and smoother, and then free continue to be changing to make management freer, and then lead small businesses into the global players. And we are serious. Everybody, anybody can work freely under a free environment. So that is the environment we would like to create. And then you said 5 to 6 million businesses or business entities there in Japan. About 1/10 of them are free users, accounting just softwares, and then the just salary management. Actually, we enjoy the first greatest share of the market in this industry. And then the startup support, and then the tools and the other just applications. Actually, the 150,000 new just startups come out in the market every year, and then about 1 out of 80 businesses. Sorry, 1 out of 8 they are free users. I would like to say something about my own history. Well, actually, my parents are like people in the previous just a video. They just want to offer a tasty, delicious sweet to their customers. So at least that was their just original intention. But back office just management that is getting more and more difficult, and then inventory management that is a challenge for them. Actually, when I was just a university student, I was at just programming, just creating games already. So when I just came back to parents' house, I just created something to just make the inventory management much easier and smoother. And at the time, my personal allowance was 5,000 yen, but my parents decided to increase that to 50,000. So I was surprised. So I thought the innovators, just somebody else's story, not mine. But through this kind of experience, I realized I can do something innovative, or just a solution to social challenges. Perhaps we can do something, and that may lead to the great innovation. I came to realize that kind of thing through that first experience. So actually, we have a CEO named Sasaki. Actually, I had that kind of talk with Sasaki 13 years ago, and then he said that is true. That is my experience as well. So let's gather to start business.
So in 2012, I was studying at the network research group, and there were many servers in the laboratory, but thanks to the cloud service, they become virtual. So there were numbers, and it was very easy to manage just through the personal computers or tablets. So that made me the idea that in this way, management of the company might be easier. So that's what I talked with Sasaki, and we aim to become Google in those days. And the most difficult thing for the small business is how to manage their money. They have to pay the tax, and also how to have the capitals. And so since in Japan there are so many small businesses, so if we manage those information, then maybe we can see the future even maybe better than just looking at large companies. Well, the first step was not so mature what we did. So the online banking is coming popular those days, and in the past the received and everything were in paper, so you will have to input those information manually. But if we could obtain those information online and to make the bank book digitally, that might be easy. That was the original idea. This is when we began. It's less than 10 members. In those days, the number of users were only 50 or so. But we had a strong belief that what we are doing has a value. But there was one turning point for us. This is a short movie that I would like to show. Well, there is a pitch contest of the startup company, and we won the championship prize. We were working in just a room in the apartment house, and our value has been acknowledged. And from this turning point, we had increase of customers like 1,000 or more. Well, this is just like a school festival experience, and that's where we now have more and more customers coming. We began with only 2 members as a free company, and then we were aiming for the large vision to release the products every year, and that's why we have been increasing up the number of engineers. Now more than 500 engineers in our team. And also we cover various areas from Philippines on the southern part up to Sapporo. And so we cover most of the part of Japan plus one global area. And behind those growths, I have been there since the founding of this company. So my role has been changing from time to time. So for those who would like to start up the company, I would like to tell my experience. At first, I had to start by writing the codes just to release a product into the world so that might be attractive to our customers. And then when it became 30 in the members, now we thought we need a team that will be working for the infrastructures. Before that, I was overlooking everything, but we have to see everything more widely. For example, when I was on the bicycle, then I feel some beep sound on the iPhone saying that the system went down, then I will have to stop the bicycle. So we need more team members to take care of those things. And now, not only what I'm doing today, but also we had to start looking for the future, like 1 year later or 3 years later. And so it is not that somebody has forced us to do, but we just came to notice that we have to do something for that. And now we have about 1,000 engineers, and currently the SSAI and the AIs, and also the customers' values are becoming important. So we have to take good care of those things. For free, it's not only technical company, but the products within this company, what is the role of the engineer? We have to utilize the best practice of the world. It doesn't have to be something unique. It has to be something that can be delivered to the small business owners, and so that they can conduct their business and to also deliver them faster than anybody else. So we came to think that that is our mission. Of course, in the past 10 years, the best practice has been changing. When we just started up our company, the B2B service were not required to be useful. Somebody who does the management will take care, and it doesn't have to appear good. For example, Keynote is something, or Cyborg might be something new for recently, but in the B2C, something to be easy to use. For example, social games, it came to appear in the markets that something that is easier to use was necessary, and if it's not easy to use, nobody will use it. So that was the trends that we saw those days. So we tried to show that in our B2C kind of product. And then the subscription business, the software as a service, the SaaS, the business models operate is very complicated for the operations, but by providing that, we also the speed and the quality of the development were a trade-off of each other, but we try to realize both at the same time. In the past, there was nothing to compare to, but now we try to do that. And also for the generative AI, something we have to consider now. In the past, it was service as a software, but with an AI agent. In the past, it was a human being that will have to input the information, but the AI will be working in the background. So the total service as a software is the paradigm that we are now facing. And in that situation, we will have to think what we can deliver to the small business owners. Free is a company that make the small business the main role of a word, but for the cloud, but in the beginning, when we started, the best practice we have been taking in the best practice continuously, and has been always challenging to contribute to society. Well, the time is limited, so for those engineers who want to make the product, I would just like to briefly tell you what I have been studying the past 10 years. In the past 10 years, the role that is required for the engineers are changing since the paradigm is moving from B2B to B2C, and the way that we make the webs now being very welcome. But not only that, but the product managers or the product designs are becoming important. Something I wonder if you just read it and you can actually implement that is a question, but there are some things that you would try to use just by looking at the movie. There are some people who learn themselves by watching the movie, but that's a basis for the engineers. That's what I feel these days. And what is important here is to understand deeply what is the pain of the customer. This is based on my original experience. I think we have to really have the interest in the customers and to continue delivering the good product is where the value is. So we are shifting to that direction. It is not that there's a market and so that we will allocate the people and do the business. Well, that will be maybe okay to certain levels, but this will not be extremely good because from customer's point of view, there is no soul on those kinds of approaches. And this is where the engineers are now being required these days to have the passion. So we need to always put the new practice. For example, the sushi's person will be always making their knives in best condition. So it's just like that. It is kind of a more spiritual type of thing that we have to think, but really that decides the competitiveness of the company. So the timing and how much passion you have is going to be important. For example, in 2002, we began this work, but if we were doing the same thing again 2 years later, and if the customers are not looking for that, this will not be a business anymore. So if the area that you have the passion in is meeting the timing, so you have to wait for the timing. And things that went okay 10 or 20 years will not be agreed unconditionally. So what I'm saying too, so you don't have to believe 100% because it is changing. And in what we often say that is somebody who does not play any musical instrument cannot create good musical instrument. No matter how intelligent this person is, For example, if this person makes an interview with 100 violinists in the world, but if he doesn't play the violin itself, cannot make the good violin, I think we need a real experience and always thinking what is a usable thing for this person. So that kind of skill is very important and required for the product engineer. Yesterday, I had a chance to talk with Mayor Uesada. He is also from Matsue City. And also many people from Shimane Prefecture who willing to do something for Shimane Prefecture, and I encountered that there are so many people like that in Shimane Prefecture, and this is very important. And if we think of what is missing here, is that they should have a thorough way to really face the customer's needs, and can we really do that as a team? And the experience and the skill is not mature enough, so that's something that we need to add. And with the mayors and also Ruby City 2.0, I think he is trying to make that kind of environment. In Matsue, we don't have the office. We have the office in Tokyo. But if now that we have this environment, Matsue, we would want to bring this experience back to Shimane Prefecture, and adding together with the passion of the Shimane Prefecture, I believe we can create something good. So for the students, you have an internship opportunity. You can at least experience for 3 days. So we will be happy to have your application. In free, we have engineers, and about half of them are those who come from the local universities. And then in about 3 years, some of those people will start their own business. I think those who are working at free, they have good passion. And I hope that we also have some new people who would like to join and could support together. So to bring the small business to the main player of the world. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yokoji. Now, I would like to open the floor for questions. If you have any question, please raise your hand. Yes? My name is Yukihiro. Thank you very much. It's very nice to see you. And the Ruby Camp, actually 2009. Actually, you just came to Ruby Camp in 2009, and actually I was one of just the staff, and then from that time, I changed my mind and started a small business, and I have a free account for myself. And thank you very much for wonderful presentation and your own personal story. Yes, I feel quite empathy with you in that sense, and then just looking at the small business and then just make the best use our own history or experience. I think that is very important to create new values. And we have quite young people here in this venue, but to these people, so what is the first thing we should try based on your own experience? Would you just please give some advice or suggestion? Well, I think different people may have different opinions, and then if you just try to copy something that is already available in the market, I think there must be already a very skilled, experienced engineers already, and it is quite difficult, too much a challenge for you to catch up with these people. So perhaps it may be better to just pay attention to the newer things. For example, AI agent nowadays. Until last year, chatbot and just a small task things. But nowadays, virtual agent that is coming out. That means development of a software or sales and customer management or marketing. So for each individual specialty of a business, there are a lot of things you can do. Actually, AI can do alone. First, perhaps you need to do something to help AI, but nowadays AI can do a lot of different things. So actually, that kind of market is much greater than the SaaS. For example, 10 times greater than the industry of SaaS. So of course, value, when it comes to value, that is not only the money-related value, but who has the bigger or biggest purse. I think perhaps you need to just look at that one, and then perhaps the total just the market size. And that is one of the things you need to look at. And AI agent is one of them, because the total population is just declining. And then if you can create some powerful AI agent who can work for 10 or more human beings, then that should be great. And the Matsue or Shimane Prefecture, I think in this place you can take initiative. And then perhaps you can just develop and then expand your business furthermore beyond Japan as well. Just across border. Yes, thank you very much. That's a very good advice for me as well as other people as well, particularly younger people. Is there any other question?
質問のある方、手を挙げてください。
If you have some questions, please raise your hand. No questions? Well, thank you. And we could hear the very precious lecture by Mr. Yokoji, who is really realizing the dream. Thank you so much for the very precious opportunity. And if you have questions, I think you can exchange the business cards later and ask questions. Thank you very much. So this concludes the speech for the Ruby City Matsue 2.0. Now following, we would have Mr. Cheng Chung from the Kamshum Armed Forces General Hospital. But before that, we will have 10 minutes break. And the next lecture will start at 1:40, 13:40. Until then, we would like to have a break. Thank you.
お待たせいたしました。
Thank you very much for waiting. And I would like to move on to the next presentation. The presentations and speakers were selected by the program committee. The speaker, Mr. Cheng Chung Nan, is a director of IT department of Kaohsiung Armed Forces General Hospital. He is interested in open source and sharing the issues and solving them together, and his priority is the well-being of programmers and medical staff. And he is now a Ruby on Rails and DevOps evangelist, and he is now looking for a very first Rubyist physician and Rubyist nurse. Today he is going to give a presentation under the theme of From Idea to Implementation, Ruby on Rails, Streamlining Military Hospital Operations in Taiwan. Now I give you Mr. Cheng Chung Nan, please.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Although I don't understand Japanese. 皆さん、こんにちは, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to apologize first, because Japanese and English is not my native language. So I will give a talk in English today. I'm trying to explain my ideas simple as I can, and I hope everyone will understand what I will explain. I'm really happy to be here, and I'd like to thank the committee for accepting my proposal. Today, I'm very excited to share with you what the topic is. From ideas to implementation, streamline military hospital operations in Taiwan. I'm Cheng Chung Nan, and the IT director of Kaohsiung Armed Forces General Hospital. Once again, I'm from Kaohsiung, Taiwan, also Team Taiwan. My name is Cheng Chung Nan, but you can just call me Nico as well. Taiwan has a total of 40 military hospitals, all supervised by the Medical Affairs Bureau under the Ministry of National Defense. Our hospital, the Kaohsiung Armed Forces General Hospital, is led by our superintendent, Major General Wu Shentang. We currently have 727 inpatient beds, around 150 doctors, and about 1,400 staff members. We locate round close from the Weiwin National Kaohsiung Center for the Arts. It's a place with such a beautiful night view, right? I welcome all of you to visit if you have a chance. I'd be generally happy to be your guide. I mean it. The mayor of Kaohsiung once said, Kaohsiung is the most friendly city in Taiwan towards Japan. In January this year, 7 members of the Izumo City Council from Shimane visited Kaohsiung. During their visit, they exchanged ideas on topics like tourism, education, and agriculture. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I believe it would be great to be increased exchange, including with the IT industry in MATSUE Ruby City, especially in areas open source software and Ruby promotion. So welcome to Kaohsiung. Here, what I'm going to talk about. The first is I will share a bit about the history of Ruby and how it connects to me. Next, I will talk about some small victory, or what call MVP as minimum viable products. I will dive into a big platform focusing on integration. Then and finally, I will share some thoughts on the future of healthcare development. The first session is about history of Ruby, Rails, and me. Ruby first versions was released in 1995. In 2001, I started using OS Commerce, an open source PHP-based software for building e-commerce websites. I was the first contributor to the official traditional Chinese language bake. In 2003, Ruby 1.8 was released, and I began working at military hospital while continuing to promote e-commerce, even publishing my first tutorial book. In 2005, Rails first version 1.0 was released, and I published my second book about e-commerce. In 2007, Ruby 1.9 and Rails 2.0 was released. At the same year, I founded the Open Source E-commerce Association in Taiwan. From 2013 to 2014, Rails experienced its golden age in Taiwan, with many developers using it for web development. I first met Raymond and Docker in 2015, and I slowly started to like Ruby, but I didn't seriously to starting to learning Ruby and Rails until 2020 with Ruby 3.0 and Rails 6.1. In 2021, Ruby 3.1 and Rails 7.1 were released in the same years as the pandemic outbreak. In 2022, I completed my first MVP project related to COVID-19. In 2023, I presented a poster about this project at ISQO in Seoul, Korea. This is a brief summary of my history. So in second session, I'd like to talk about some of small victories I achieved at hospital, which are often called MVP. In 2022, the number of COVID-19 cases worldwide was approaching 500 million. However, in Taiwan, there were about 30,000 cases before April 15, 2022. But within 2 weeks, the number skyrocketed to 2 million by May 31. To optimize medical resources for COVID-19 patients, and considering the constraint at that time, each patient could only stay in COVID-19 ward for 8 days, and each attending physician could provide care for only 15 days. Additionally, our medical information system could not provide real-time reports. Therefore, I decided to develop a real-time MVP for hospitalized COVID-19 patients in Ruby on Rails. In this case, there are 4 different roles involved: emergency, inflation control, nursing station, and coordinating team. There are a total of 80 COVID-19 beds, but our health information system is based on a client-server architecture. So Ruby can im handy for this task. Here's my user stories. The first, that the ward or bed coordinator needs to know how many patients are PCR positive to help with bed location. The second is that the ward staff need to know if there are any positive patient in the general ward, so they can be transferred to COVID-19 ward. The third is that ward staff need to know which patient have stayed in the COVID-19 ward more than 8 days, so they can be transferred to a buffer ward, improving the care turnover rate. As I mentioned before, the number of COVID-19 cases in Taiwan increased greatly during the last 2 years of May. Starting from the June 1, I wrote a simple user story and began developing with Ruby on Rails in just 3 days. I launched the MVP, and who was the one person who made this happen? Of course, it was me. This is the results. On the left, you can see rough sketch showing how the system was set up at that time. Basically, every 10 minutes, we pulled data from Oracle database and wrote it into Postgre. The key info was shown right on the dashboard. As you can see, 109 is the total number of PCR positive patients. The 38 represents the number of patients who have been in hospital for more than 8 days. And the 5 is number of patients waiting to be transferred to COVID-19 ward. These numbers are clickable, and clicking on them allows drilling down into more detailed information. In the lower right corner, the grade number 17 and 19 are the isolated COVID-19 words, while number 2 is the buffer word. So that's the year. We brought this Ruby MVP project to International Society for Quality in Healthcare, also known as ISQA. This is MVP2. It's a kiosk system for searching the inpatient list. Every morning, our inpatient services staff prints the current inpatient list and posts it for public reference. However, this approach is not aligned with ESG policy and lacks real-time updates, as this is printed only once a day, with many patients being admitted and discharged within 24 hours. It often leads to situations where inpatients cannot find their information. So from June 13 to June 16 this year, I developed another MVP using Ruby on Rails. Again, it was done by just one person, still me. Here's the final result. I used an $80 Raspberry Pi 5 a touchscreen and Ruby-based MVP to create a real-time kiosk system for searching inpatient information. We also deployed this service with our Gangshan branch in Kaohsiung. Another example of MVP is Hospitals Lightbot. It has features like appointment booking, check-in, virtual health insurance card, payment, registration, pharmacy, and blood test waiting numbers. So we organized several events to encourage people to use it. And guess what? I was the only one who developed it. It was me. This is also a platform developed by just one person. Many serving as a client data platform to provide service to public. Looking ahead, we will keep developing new health MVP projects. As we create more MVPs, we need a bigger platform for system integration. So this stack is the backbone of my system integration. This diagram shows Ruby Rails database, CI/CD like GitLab, and monitoring tools like Grafana or Tableau. Honestly, I really enjoy this setup, and I keep iterating on the tools is make things better, continuously improving how everything works together. Okay, now let's returning the healthcare side of things. Over the right, you can see the main structure of our healthcare information system. At the core, we got a database which could be Oracle database and any other database. Then we have the main system for emergency, outpatient, and inpatient care. But right now, there are all client-server apps, not web-based. Looking ahead, we plan to use new web framework, including Docker, Keycloak, OpenLDAP, and database integrates to build a new generation of healthcare systems that are highly available and more modern. This is an integrated portal platform built with Ruby on Rails. It's basically an internal website that brings together our human resource, healthcare, and other service, all connected through single sign-on. BI and the dashboard are also super important for system integration. I use them to show and keep track of the results of the MVP. And I decided to go with the commercial version of Tableau, but I still have a love for open source tools. Tableau comes with a gem that lets me integrate it smoothly into the MVP development, which honestly saved me a lot of my time. What's impressive about Tableau is that I can create dashboard directly from multiple data sources, even data center, and then just embed them right into my Ruby application. It's super convenient. Another point worth mentioning is Smart on File. It is a standard for healthcare application. We can explain it this way. file is the emerging standard for health data. And while SMART is the standard for application accessing files, in the United States, some regulations already require healthcare application to comply with the standard. Last month, Taiwan Ministry of Health and Welfare invited Professor Mendo, the founder of Smart on File, to give a lecture. In his talk, he mentioned a developer's concept similar to MVP, one design, one developer, and 1 week. This idea is similar to what we call a one-person web framework. Taiwan is also preparing to promote this standard, and Ruby has been officially recognized SMART as one of the tools of smart development. Even though the number of the Ruby users in Taiwan is going down, I'm really happy that our government has officially recognized Ruby is one of the key language for building the future digital health platform. Finally, let's wrap things up by discussing what's next for Ruby and health care development. Here's why I am so grateful for Ruby and Rails. There are 3 main reasons. The first, they made me feel like a truly system developers, not just someone who writing small scripts. The second, they helped us realize that our hospital could actually build its own health care systems, even though we had always outsourced that work. The third, they allowed us to bring ideas to life quickly, and address a lot of pain points along the way. And finally, they truly made a lasting impact of my life, for which I'm incredibly thankful. Does anyone know who this guy is? Yeah, Jensen Huang. He said, we need more developers to come up with more ideas. So, in the next few years, we are planning to hire about 10 Ruby on Rails developers to come up with more ideas as well. Finally, here's what I'm aiming for. I want to make Ruby on Rails fun again, and I want to keep things simple again. And I want to make tiny idea into reality easier. And I want to healthcare software to actually feel easy to use. I know it's not gonna be easy, but I believe it will be worth it. So big thanks to Ruby, and big thanks to Rails. And of course, a huge thanks to Matsumoto-san. Thank you. That's all for my talk today. Thank you for your listening, and any question?
ありがとうございました。それでは会場からのご質問をお受けしたいと思います。はい、質問のある方、挙手をお願いいたします。
Please.
はい。
Comments, please.
Don't be difficult, please.
Thank you for the talk. I was just wondering, like, If you write the Ruby programs yourself,
Yeah.
is it like on the financial side, my image of like development having to do with healthcare, like it's always, my image is that it's always really expensive. What about the monetary side? Like, is your hospital saving money by having you write the programs in Ruby?
Okay. I'm trying to answer your question. Because our system always outsource nobody to develop it by myself. So I try to make others to believe we can use an flexible and easy to use and quickly to build our system by MVP, like a small system to integrate my healthcare environment in our hospital. So because our in military hospital is the salary is more rules to define, maybe not like a high technology company salary, even to American or Japanese and other countries, but inside of my hospital, I want to create this environment to develop our system by our own, like this. So the cost maybe I think it would be cheaper to other outsourced phones. Thank you.
Thank you. So it might even be cheaper to outsource it,
Yeah.
but by doing it yourself,
Yeah.
there are other, like, you can actually decide everything about
maybe
the project.
more integration or more easy to operate, to maintain, and maybe easy to fit more quickly dramatic changes in our healthcare environment. Maybe like smart file in the traditional phones, maybe not to develop this software to fit standard smart file. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。それでは時間が残り少なくなりましたので、
And I think the time is running out.
質問は以上とさせていただきます。
So perhaps,
またご
we
質問
can
ある方いらっしゃいました
accept
ら
any
個
more
別にお
question.
願いいたします。
If you have any more question, please
そ
just
れでは
reach the
改めまし
speaker
てお
later.
声をいただきましたチ
After
ェ
this
ン・チュンナン様
presentation.
に大きな拍手をお送り
So
ください。
just to give big claps to the speaker. Thank you very much.
この後はストアーズ株式会社
And then next, we are going to have Mr. Sim Sangyong's presentation. We are going to have a 10-minute break before that. And then next presentation is start from 2:20 p.m. Thank you very much.
お待たせいたしました。
Thank you for waiting. Now we would like to have the next lecture. The lecturer is Mr. Sim Sangyong, who is the software engineer at the Technical Foundation Group at Stores. Today, he will give us a lecture titled The Introduction of Pitchfork as Countermeasures for Spike Access. Mr. Sim Sangyong, please. So, Pitchfork introduction as for the countermeasures for the spike access. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sim from Stores Inc. on the internet. My name is Shia. I forgot to put my profile photograph. The Stores is the net shop for the small and middle-sized stores, and the Stores net shop is a product that you can open and easily manage the EC store. There are various sizes of owners of business, and there are some. One of the function is the scheduled sales, where you can set a certain hour to start the sale. The scheduled sales is very difficult because it depends on the product and the time zones and the ad media and how much blow up they have. It is very difficult to make the forecast. This is just one example here. This is the most the RPS of the sales that went up so much this year. It was to start the sales at 10 o'clock for the limited number of the sales. So right before the start of the sales, people tried to access this site and reach the peak. And then just 5 minutes later, they went back to the normal traffic. And from those who operate these EC shops, it is very important that the response will be stable as a normal status to give a purchasing experience to the users. Now, when the latency at the pike access is unfortunately like this. This is a different case, but in most of the cases, they can return back without any problem. But from P90, from the purple color to yellow, means that where the latencies has been deteriorated for about 10% to the request. So this is a problem. So if we can provide a stable purchasing experience, even at the spike access time, is what we're trying to explain right now. In order to provide a stable operation, we have to think of two things. One is not to make the full amount of requests wait. During this time, the people would just have to wait. So the shorter, the better for the time. And the second is to see to solve the latency worsening phenomena that starts from P90. So the latency from the users will be less, and also from the server's point, the throughput will be improved. So it's better. Also, I would just like to make brief introduction of the NetShop web server before I start my explanation. Currently, the AWS EC Fargate is moving this, and the ASG is used for the ECS task adjustment, and it is made with Ruby on Rails, and the Unicorns is used for the web server. And the issue here, first of all, to make the process time shorter, we need to prepare enough number of workers, the web servers numbers. Then how much do we have to prepare is the point. It is very difficult to make the accurate prediction of the traffic, so we will have to consider from the past experience. If it exceeds the forecast, we will have to just have to give up and wait. Or in other words, there's nothing else we can do. In most of the cases, the spike peak will be 1 minute, or even as the longest, it will be 5 minutes. And if it's ASG, we will not be ready for the time. We have to adjust the capacity to make it most optimal. But when we think of the cost of operation, it will use a lot of human power. So whenever this happens, for the out spike to absorb that will be the better idea. Of course, we have to take the excessive part, so it does cost money. But we have to reduce the cost by assuring the far gate spot. But even if we do that, there are some cases where we cannot absorb everything. For example, the spike that I have just showed before. And so in most of the cases, we can predict that this will happen due to the size. So we would do the scale out before the service starts and reinforce it before. Then what should we do with the latency? This is a major subject for today. Then we are looking what happened when the latency went down, and the breakdown the latency is Datadog APMs is used to obtain, and the request Ruby's database and the external communications. We are looking each one to see how much time it was spent for each one. In this chart, the blue color on the top is the time for processing Ruby. It's so small, but it starts from 9:59, and you can see that it's growing so much. But on the other hand, the others such as databases and cache, the process times are shown in different colors. Although they are making some growth, the process of purchasing itself is quite heavy. So when you consider from that, it doesn't seem abnormal. Then what was happening here? If nothing is doing, only the Ruby time is slower, and maybe that is because some of the workers were not warmed up enough. That was my estimation that I have made. The web server, which is a Rails application, when they start up and when they start processing the requests, there are many requests are processed that will start just after that. And that is the reason why the startup is going slow due to that. And in the case of Rails application, there might be some processes that will happen only once right after the startup. For example, TCP connection generation, main memory, cache generation, and if the YJIT is used, then the JIT compiling and the method missing will start with metapro processing and action views compiling. So these are the things that might happen. So just looking at the list, you can assume it is very heavy just by looking at that. For this list, besides the JIT compile, by using the coverage library, it is possible to gain the list very easily. So if you look at that, it's fun. So I would encourage you to look at your own company's code as well. And the Rails application might be slow at the startup. That's what I explained. And then let me explain why this might happen just for part. And I will do a very simple experiment with a unicorn request server. When we process the request, confirming which one was making the work, which worker, and the time necessary is 0.1 seconds, and the numbers of workers are 8 to realize low load environment with 2 in parallel, and to give the load of 10 seconds. Then we have been checking here. As you can see here, it seems that number 0 and number 1, there is so much concentration on those 2 workers, and the endpoints processing time might be different, so it could not be so clear as this one. But what we can see here is that there are some workers that are never working. Then why does this happen? So one of the reasons unicorn is a pre-fork type web server. So once you start up, only the number that is set is being forked, and the process is done by the request. Then what will be the order to process a request? In this example, we consider Linux environment, and by using the EPOL system control, it is divided into each workers for the request appropriately. So the key here is in which order they are done. I have made different view. We are showing what are the orders of the workers and show the queue here from worker 0, and after they are being processed and go back to queue. So the 0 number worker is going back to the front end of the worker's orders. So first, not first out, first in, but last in, first out is what happens here. So when the processed workers, when they go back to the queue, they go back to the top, and then they wait again. So based on that, if we look at the experiment result, it is 2 in parallel. So 0, 1 requests are being concentrated. That makes sense in this case. From this information, when we go back to the hypothesis, that means that what we are seeing here is that we have to assure the excessive capacity, preparing for the spike, but the workers were not working after the startup has done. And when the large amount of requests were given at the same time, the workers that were not working will have to suddenly start working, but they were not warmed up enough. So it takes time for the process. So that's what happened here. Then what should we do? How to warm up all the workers? When we think of the unevenness of the routing of unicorns, we cannot actually warm up and servicing. Of course, that will be not being possible, but that means it might cost a lot. If it's not pre-fork type, but if it's a thread type web server, might be another possibility. Of course, if the application or the libraries are all thread safe, if this could be guaranteed, that would be fine. But that's also very difficult. So we were wondering, is there any useful way to deal with that? That's why we focused on Pitchfork. This is a unicorn fork by Shopify, and there's a refork function. And when the refork, all the workers that has processed certain numbers of requests to be forked again as templates. So in this example, the difference unicorn is they using mold, and they're forking each workers. So when the number 0 fulfills the condition and becomes reforked, they would be upgraded to mold, and then kill all the workers that are there, and then utilizing the new mold to do their fork again, and in that way to create the worker. And by repeating that, if could all the workers be shared, for example, the bytecodes that are JIT compiled, and if they are being moved to the shared memory, they can save the memory. So if we think very well about that, if the workers that are warmed up are generated, then nothing else. So that's what happens here. So it is worth giving a try. So that's why we introduced this system. And so this is just, of course, there are some points that we have to be careful. We have to confirm whether forking is okay or not. Are they being well handled? Or in these threads that is moving in the background, are they well handled? Some of the cases, they are not in good combination, so we have to confirm that. So if you are to introduce that, you have to look at the fork safety, which is a repository of the Pitchfork. I would like to show you what is the difference that happens after the introduction. This is the large sales metrics that are conducted every year on a regular basis. And there, infrastructures and capacities are almost the same. The only difference is that Pitchfork has been introduced, and the comparison is aligned to the Y scale from 23 to 24. In the comparison, these traffic are 3 times more, so that tells how difficult it is to forecast the actual traffic. And in the chart, there are something missing, but from the late applications, data are taken, so sometimes a queue have stopped and looks like they have not received the request. But compared to that, in 2024, we have a clear chart. Let's look at the latency. In 23, it was P90 and P95 was obvious. But in 2024, although there are some peak, it is much smaller compared to 23. If we look at the process, the blue is the time for the Ruby's process. It is obvious that the time has now become shorter, so the Ruby process slowing time problem seems to be improved. We tried a refork and showed some results or effects for that. In most of the cases, maybe you don't have to think about that, but if you have these kinds of problems, maybe introducing Pitchfork might be a good idea. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. So, due to the time limitation, we will not be able to accept questions. So for those who have questions, please approach Mr. Sim directly and talk with him. Thank you very much, Mr. Sim.
続きまして、ストアーズ株式会社山下隼人様のご講演になります。14時40分の開始です。 それではこれより
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin the next presentation. The speaker is Mr. Hayato Yamashita. He was engaged in development of embedded system, business application, and web applications of educational system. In 2019, he joined Stores Limited as a back-end engineer. Since July this year, as an engineering manager, he has been engaged in the development of new business product. Today he is going to make a presentation under the theme Safe Release of a Major Data Migration for a service that has been in operation for many years without a service interruption. Now, Mr. Yamashita, you have the floor. Thank you very much. So this is the project I would like to discuss today. Ruby is so fun. It's fun to write in Ruby. And the development service using Ruby is also fun. And we like to continue that service for as many years as possible. But when a service in operation for many years, we would like to further extend the use of the service, and that is the core of this project. This is the contents. I am Yamashita with Stores Inc. And this is what I'm going to talk about. 50,000 pieces or more. This number means the number of order data received at stores' online shops as of November this year. 50 million pieces of order data. And the project is to migrate the data into a new data structure with the switch of the right destination. There are three things which I learned through the project. One is the canary releasing for applications, and second is the usefulness of checking the differences between old and new data structures. Number three is how to perform a release, a safe release with even insufficient testing. So we've been operating our service for 12 years. We have a huge volume of data, and main data is order data, and it is now over 50 million pieces. 50 million doesn't sound very big, but anyhow, stores. We provide B2C services to the companies, and we provide a front office platform, net shop, and store register, and store settlement, stores booking, and stores branded app. And I'd like to talk about stores online shops. In 2012 August, we began this service, and then it continues to grow as a business. In 2020, the number of order data exceeds 10 million pieces. And we launched a stored cash register, and in 2024 May, the order data exceeded 50 million pieces. And there are various characteristics of such data in the long years of service: increasing data volume and high read and writes, but the master data remains almost the same. In our case, the data volume continues to increase, and we have a lot of writes and reads. And as a result, the data structure gets really complicated and difficult to use, and the huge data has to be handled. The data structure was designed with the best possible ideas, but it is now like the drawing on the right-hand side, a walled city in Hong Kong. And this is a very important data we cannot throw away. We decided to migrate the data into a new data structure. So this is the migration project. Migration, what we want to accomplish is simple, that is optimization of data structure. Building on the accumulated improvements over the years, we aimed at migrating data to a structure which accommodates even a demanding task. About the stores, we have online shops and stores registers, and we wanted to use the same database and table for these two different services. And order data was the main data we were using. So when we began the cash register service, the things became really complicated. So we decided to create a new table, not a migration scheme. We decided to create a new table. And there are 3 options for migration. Number 1 is to migrate old data to new data structure, and second is just don't migrate the data, and number 3 is delete all old data. And this is the older data, so we have frequent updates and frequent writes and reads, and all data have to be referenced sometimes. So we cannot throw away old data, so we decided to migrate the data into a new data structure. We need to migrate 50 million pieces of older data, but we cannot do it all at once. So we wanted to go safe. Online shop have to be operated 24 hours a day, but for cash register, it's in-store sales, so we cannot really stop the services. We therefore wanted to migrate large volume data stage by stage. This is the procedure of migration. First, create a new data structure, and second, write both old and the new data structure, and then write to the new data structure first by changing the write destination and referencing the data in the new data structure by changing the read destination and get rid of the old data structure. We have been able to accomplish dual writing, but change the write destination is the main theme of the project, which I'm going to discuss. Now, a double writing order request, and then we create an order data, and then that is written into the old data structure, and we convert it into the new data structure, but we decided to change the sequence. And then we need to eliminate the old data structure. We cannot release it all at once, so we decided to go through canary release one by one or step by step. To summarize, we can run a new process step by step in a canary array, and if a bug is found, the release can be interrupted and goes back to original logic or process. This is the safe way to migrate. So this is not truly a canary release. So inspired by the canary release, we decided to go migration step by step, phase by phase. And this is a project for application. Even if a request for one piece of data is split into multiple requests, we wanted to consistently apply the same method, either canary or baseline logic. In the case of online shopping, after the user presses the order button, redirect and callback may actually occur. As a result, such a payment method, especially when that earns points, depending upon the application, we wanted to consistently use the same process. So we used the flag. By using the flag, we were able to see in what way the canary process is used. And looking at the flag, we can go through the same process. So in such a way, we'll be able to make the change step by stage. But then there was a big problem. We've been operating the service for many years, and logic has become complicated in columns, about 68 increase in number, and the models almost 3,000 lines. And to have a new table is a very complicated task, and we didn't have enough test code. So we just have to assume that whatever the code is working, it is regarded as the correct code. So we decided to use the currently working code to guarantee the quality. All the data created with the code before migration and all the data created with the code after migration should be the same. So all the data creation and this we wanted to compare the data between the older data in the old format and older data in the new structure. And we would then process the canary way using the flag and confirm. And then we will be able to have the same set of data between the old and the new data structure. And we also believe that the bug detection is very important. Conversion and the reconversion from new to old to new, and if anything happens, we can go back to the result of the conversion. And if we found any differences, we'll be able to detect the bug. So this is what we try to accomplish. Again, this is a sample code from new to old data structure, and if they found any difference, then we would go back to the original process. And we thought that perhaps we'll be able to complete the safe release pieces of data. So in summary, we completed a dual writing with the new data structure, and we went through step-by-step migration, and we used the detection of differences and to make sure that bugs are detected. Now about the release. Our services are to be used by companies. So we decided to apply this migration step by step, and if that is done safely, we went to increase the number of businesses to be covered, and the use of flag. The order data with the flag, we can see whether the data is migrated well or not. And then if that is successful, we would increase the coverage of data migration. Thus, we gradually increase the number of businesses to be covered. Yes, there was a small failure. For instance, performance deteriorated for asynchronous processing. And also, we found some differences in data before and after the migration. But we were able to always stop the release for the time being. And the order data, if there is any flag, we would have to look for a bug, and we are able to convert and reconvert between the old and the new data structures. So if anything wrong is detected, we can always stop the release. And we increased the test patterns for difference detection, and we repeated all of those processes. And in March this year, we were able to complete the whole migration process. Thank you very much. So in summary, 3 points. We applied a canary release to application, and we were able to look at the usefulness of checking differences between the new and old data structure, and we were able to more or less successfully release in a safe manner. And we used the flag, feature flags, and for detection of the differences, even if there are 68 columns, we were able to make the comparison en bloc, and also we were able to confirm the differences between the old and new structures. And even if the test isn't insufficient, we were able to more or less complete the migration. So it's fun to write with Ruby, and in order for us to continue services, the core data may become obsolete by going through such a migration, we hope that we'll be able to continue such a service on a long-term basis. This is one example of data migration, so I hope that this serves as some helpful information for you. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. We don't have time for discussion with audience, so please approach the speaker on an individual basis later. Thank you very much, Mr. Yamashita.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. And next, we're going to have a presentation by Mr. Yohei Yasukawa, General Incorporated Association, Mito, and we are going to have the presentation from 3 o'clock p.m. Thank you.
時間になりました。次の講演に入ります。
So it's time to start the next presentation. The next speaker received a master's degree at Waseda University in the field of information science and engineering, and then his just proposal was adapted by IPA Mito Business in 2012. Actually, he was recognized as especially excellent by the project manager, and then also through the review of the third-party examination just a committee, he was certified as a super creator by IPA. And then in 2016, he was involved in the studying of Mito Junior, that is a student creator support program. And then he is involved in this program up until today, and also involved in the development of a website and then cross-border activities as well. And he is going to talk about the using of Ruby through and through a Mito Junior program. So, Yasukawa, Mr. Yasukawa, please. Thank you very much for the introduction. So I would like to just introduce a program named Mito Junior. And actually the website that is created with Ruby, but there is something different actually without using Rails, we can just create this kind of website. So I would like to share my own experience with you, and then perhaps many of you are involved in the web business or development, and perhaps you are user of Rails in order to just proceed the business as quickly as possible and offer values to customers. I think that is quite a general practice. But on the other hand, Ruby and web, then the answer is not only Rails. For example, here, this is another non-profit organization I work for, and then actually there are this kind of repositories are created with Rails, but the Coda.jp, that is just created with Rails, but some other part or just component prepared with the Jekyll as well. And then here, this is the company that I just worked as a president, and yes, Rails programs are there as well as a kind of a hub, but a kind of a surrounding tools that is surrounding related websites or web content that is created with Jekyll. So Rails and Jekyll, and oftentimes we use them separately. And then I would like to get into the details of how to use this kind of things separately. For example, this is one example. This is a map app, and then Jekyll and Ruby. You can create this kind of app without Rails. This is OpenStreetMap based one. And Coda Dojo, that is a kind of program clubs that are marked on the just a world map, and then Ruby and Jekyll, only these two things are used. And this is the map of Takadano Baba, and then here this kind of just a special spot or a restaurant information. Actually, you can just put a lot of information on different just pinpointed locations, and then this is quite easy to develop this kind of thing with Ruby and Jekyll. So even without Rails, you can do a lot of the things. Yes, Rails is quite great, and I use Rails a lot, but there may be some other things you can do with Ruby, so I would like to just touch upon that. And this is the main part of my presentation, that is a Mito Foundation. And the Mito Junior website, actually, this is just created with Ruby and Jekyll. And there are two topics I would like to cover. First one is about the Mito Junior. Kind of specifications. I would like to say something about that, and then how to just use a Jekyll, and then the specific example, and the testing and the cross-border activities. Perhaps you can do a lot of the things that using just Ruby and Jekyll. This is about just a Mito Junior. This is a kind of a creator supporting program, particularly for students, elementary and middle and high school students. Accessibility, hardware, CPU, and VR fitness and mobile apps. Actually, these students are just involved in this kind of a development, and then there are mentors and supporters to them as well. And that kind of a project that started in 2016, and then actually that was not so much recognized in those days, but nowadays we are just receiving applications more than 100 every year. And then about 10 plus cases are just adapted, and we provide just a lot of different support to them to develop and brush up their programs and ideas first. And then there are just booster camps. That means the junior creators come together and join this camp from many different countries. And then, in order to just improve the product programs, what kind of things we can do? Actually, we have just a mentor and member meetings on a weekly basis, and there is just a show of or a showcase presentation event. Actually, November 2024, a showcase presentation was held in the University of Tokyo, and here this is the representative of UK, but there are other members coming from Malaysia and others, and so this particular UK person just created the app to just solve the food-related problems. And here you may know this person. Actually, he is a fan of RubyWorld, and he's a soccer player as well, and he just created a soccer play feedback application just using AI as well. So the Ruby Days product or programs, actually this kind of things are just supported here. And as students, of course, some students need to prepare themselves for university examinations, but here this is some examples of examples that the universities just recognize the importance or the great value of this kind of middle junior activities, and then they may just more easily accepted by these kind of universities. And Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto is one of the mentors to support these junior members as well. And then there is a special message given to Mr. Matsumoto and other members as well. And here, this kind of a program is there. And then we would like to just spread this kind of activities to many people. And then we would like to just create a website in order to just send out this kind of a message or the increased awareness of this kind of program. And perhaps the first choice for us to do that is Braille. Actually, that is the case for me as well. But when it comes to the requirements or required specifications, then do you really have to use Rails? Do we have to use all the powerful functionalities, features of Rails? No, that is not the case. If you use Rails, perhaps you have to do something more for the purpose and the maintenance and other things. Then, if this is me, then I would like to choose this tool, that is a Jekyll. I like Ruby, and if I have to use something like Ruby or related to Ruby, then Jekyll. And then this is a kind of a static site generator. And then the personal website or a school website or a lab website, oftentimes the Jekyll is just used for that kind of purposes, and GitHub. And just you can just open publish a Jekyll product on a GitHub site as well. And if that is for business just to use, there is some space also for the business use as well. And then contents. And we want to concentrate our efforts on contents. As I said before, if you use Rails, you always care about or just take care of the maintenance, and that is costly. And then if that is about non-profitable just organizations, there may be some budget or no budget to follow. So if that is quite a small scale of the start, then perhaps Jekyll may be better than Rails. And then nowadays, actually, there are a lot of just advanced ecosystems, and then if you can find some functionality or features you're going to find in Jekyll, then you can easily just find substitute alternatives as well. And this is the flow of the data, and quite just a usual format that is ready, and then there is some manipulation or processing, and then that is published on the web server. It might be a little bit difficult to understand what this means. So I would like to just explain one by one. For example, YAML, left top. So this is not just direct processing of a Ruby data, but by just having just YAML files. For example, just there are students who would like to just do something on a hardware. Not limited to the software, just the development. So the title or descriptions, I think you can by just using YAMLs, it is quite easy or smooth to update the content description, and then that is the purpose of the YAML files. And for example, you can just change the title or change the thumbnail images and others as well. And the URL, you can just update or change the URL as well. And then of course you shouldn't just change the YAML ID so oftentimes, but here YAML is a kind of a common part, and that is jointly edited and created, and other people just access to the limited part of the YAML file, and then just update the content quite easily and casually. And then you can just have a much better collaboration by using YAML, and sometimes create as a game producer, game developer. This is just one user's just example, and here this is the thumbnails, and then link destinations. They are just updated. And that means you are not, even if you are not a specialist, you can just update the content of this kind of thing, and GitHub, and then have a browser, and you can just make or change this kind of just content changes. Actually, more than 100. The creators are just working there, and then contributors. Well, the board is here as well, but roughly speaking, we have 30 contributors in order to just do editing jointly together with the students. This is a Rails guide or something like that, and even if you are not a creator, you can just edit the content, and in this case, the 1,525 plus contributions. So it means that editing is quite easy, and many people can just propose a lot of things. And center part action, that is a little bit technical, but blog posting and others, perhaps you can just automate that kind of a part of the activities. Jekyll is just a markdown, one by one page, but you can just automate this part using Ruby. So YAML and taking data via YAML, and then just create the content automatically using Ruby. As you see here, this kind of automatic pipeline, and you can just enjoy the processing of data information using Ruby. And this is just by using the action available on Jekyll. GitHub. So YAML and GitHub actions and website pages, and that kind of the web pages that is just published on the web. And this is one example of web content, web exhibition. One page, one project. I think by doing that, it is quite easier to just come up on the higher part of the list. I would like to skip some several. HTML, that is the site eventually created on for the websites. That means that there is no cost, no budget in order to maintain that website, and then the content is getting greater. And then the more and more users just come up with quite fun and interesting proposals, and then testing. The cross-border testing, YAML Actions website, and then publications. All you have to do is just do something with things. So that means you can do almost everything with a jiggle. For example, just sometimes I deleted quite important part of the website information, and one of the creators realized that. And in order to prevent the recurrence, you can just write this kind of a test. HTML proof. You don't need to just start the website. You can just create this kind of tools to check and custom check that is added, particularly that link, the hyperlink can be checked as well. And internationalization or cross-border activities that can be handled as well. And GenAI is used to just look at the title and then extract English content as well. And there is one more just a step, but you can just create English version from the Japanese version of page, and then the project can be just spreading or expanded throughout the world as well. And this is a summary. Actually, Mito Junior, you can do a lot of things, even without using Rails. And we are going to have this project 2025. Actually, the younger students, that is entitled to just a joint one. However, we have some other project for older students as well. And if you are interested, why don't you just come to me? And happy coding and happy creation. So testing and internationalization, that is my title, and that's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Perhaps no time to accept questions. So if you have a question, why don't you please just approach the speaker directly later. But anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Yasukawa. Please give another round of applause. Thank you very much.
Next, we would like to have the lecture by Mr. Arai from Rise Up. But before that, we would like to have a 30 minutes break. We would start from 15:45. During this break, we are offering coffee in the first floor, so please help yourself with the coffee. And also, announcement for the lost and found. Somebody left a smartphone on the first floor hall.
お待たせいたしました。
Thank you for waiting. Now we would like to move on to the next lecture. Mr. Arai Koki from Rise Up Technologies, and he does the development of the backend for ChocoZap. Today, he would talk about the 1 year's high-speed and refactorings implementation for ChocoZap. Mr. Arai, please. I'm the 1 year's speed up and the refactorings of ChocoZap. This is the final presentation lecture for today. I'm sure you are tired, but I hope you will listen to my lecture. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I belong to Rise Up Technology. My name is Koki Arai. I'm in charge of the back end of ChocoZap, and so I do make APS. My hobby is soccer, and also I like fighting games. I'm always looking for the competitors, so I would be happy if you would tell me that you would like to fight with me in a fighting game. Let me briefly explain about ChocoZap. We have more than 1,600 around Japan for the gyms of ChocoZap, and the number of members are 1.28 million, and we are planning to expand that to 2,800 gyms by March 2026. We actually have ChocoZap in Matsue City also. Here are the ones in Matsue. Also, we have one in Izumo. So I hope that you will become a user if you are close by. Also, one explanation I would like to give. The logo mark of ChocoZap is called Choco-chan. And well, actually, there's something that is very similar to that. I saw at the conference of Ruby that was held last year. I would like to explain about Choco-chan. The fingers of Choco-chan are being closed down for the other fingers. Please remember that. That makes a difference. And ChocoZap, the back ends are made totally by Ruby and Rails. So the back-end engineers, all of them currently are Rubies and Rails engineers. So this is how ChocoZap is operating. Let me explain about what are the issues we had at ChocoZap. The issues of ChocoZap at 2023 April, when I joined the company, there were many issues. Not only for back end, but actually there were many issues in many places, but I would today like to just focus on the back end in my talk. One thing is that the response to the request is very slow. It was so slow that you might not believe. So this shows how slow it was. The top screen is 1.13 seconds, and the list of gyms were 2.20 seconds. If you try to open the Google map, and the API will call out the gyms numbers, but it takes 2.20 seconds. That means that once you move the map, it doesn't have a smooth look, so it's very difficult to see the map. So there was much complaints that it was so slow. And the other issue was that the DDD's codes was complicated and difficult to understand. And I would like to show you as a code example that we were using. In ChocoZap, we introduced DFF those days. So the BFF, let me start explaining by the BFF that receives the requests the user's controller is here, and we call the show method. And there is a user show use case within this use case, and the use case is exec to actually call out this one. And the user's logic is written here. So if you try to look the content, this is what you might find. The user show, and it is made up of this content. And if you designate the user repository, if you make an instance here and you do the find by here, and what are the repository used here, if you look at the next, this is what the user's repository looks like inside. Please look at the initialization. It does designate the client to connect to BE, and with find by to give the request to BE. The repository of BFF looks like this, and we put they are being used in order to connect to the outside. And then we're looking at the BE from this slide. It is almost the same thing that is written here, but it is the ID is passed to the user show, and then it returns what they have received. So this is a user show, and it's only reading the repository. And the one thing we don't understand is within the user show, within the exec, it is not find by, but it's a find. This has been like this before I entered the company, so I don't know why it looks like this. But let me move on. This is a user repository. So I thought that finally it will be a DB process. But when I looked at content within the private method, there are the user class, and I don't know what is actually going on here. The user repository is just succeeding the repository, so you might wonder what's inside the user repository, and this is the depository class. Finally, you get the active report, and the find is done, and the find result are being returned. But before you reach here, you have to see 7 classes, including BFF and BE together. But all this process, what they're actually doing is this. With the users controllers and users dot find will be sufficient enough. But to get the same result, we have to go through all those things. But even if we say the BE and BF are separate, and you might think that we don't have to go through all these different classes. So it is becoming very complicated. So it's very difficult to read the code. And once we have new members, the learning cost will cost a lot, and onboarding will also cost a lot. So once we have a new member with the Slack huddles, we have to explain again and again. We have to say the user process are here, and we take it in a depository. And why the DB is not written in the repository, that was a question given, and I will have to explain again that this is written within the RF. So even for those to teach was also very difficult. In RISA, most of the times we hire people who have no experience yet, and we give them training as Rails engineers and to be working in an actual place. But we use a Rails guideline for the trainings. And that means that once they finish their studies of this guideline, and now they start working in the actual place, then we will have to tell them, you will have to also study DDD, and they will have to start learning from scratch. So they cannot reflect what they have actually learned in the training. So this was an issue here. So this is with the DDD, we had had difficult times, and BFF that is only proxies. It's backend for front end, but still we don't know why. But not the front engineers, but the back end engineers are making with the Rails. So that is why it is only a proxy. That's the actual status that we have now. So that means that only the cost of managing it is incurred. So it is something of a burden.
So it wasn't operated appropriately, so we didn't actually need it. But if I may say, we are not criticizing BFF. It's just that it was not operated properly. So just allow me to add that comment before I move on. So on the part of backend, there were issues to tackle with. So to solve these issues, we decided to embark upon refactoring. So what we did, it was as follows. First, a replacement from DDD to MVC with RAIS, and all the backend members worked to read the current implementations and replace by MVC. So we did it all out of our willpower. We learned from the very beginning, we learned to understand all the code and try to replace everything with MVC. So there was no magic silver bullet. It was all done through our willpower. Now, abolition of BFF. We decided to abolish BFF, as I mentioned a little while ago, and we decided to activate API directly from BE, and what was done with the repository was consolidated in one controller. Now, introduction of YJIT. It was not really planned, but when we were working on refactoring, Ruby 3.3.1 was released, and from 3.3.1, YJIT seemed to be introduced without much problem. So we decided to introduce YJIT, and that was very interesting. With the load verification, we tried to see the level of improvement, and that was quite high level of improvement, 5 millisecond. Reduced by 200 to 300 milliseconds. So it was a outstanding improvement. So in this manner, we replaced the current code with the MVC, and we abolished the BFF, and we introduced YJIT, and thus we conducted refactoring with MVC. So the result and what we achieved through refactoring. So first, the result. First, we were able to increase the request response speed. That was dramatic. I introduced 2 APIs as examples, and up top screen, 1.13 seconds was reduced to 505 milliseconds with refactoring. And for a list of gyms, in the past it took over 2.20 seconds and was reduced down to 14.5 milliseconds, extremely high speed. So with Chokozap app, perhaps you would like to look up the map of shops, gyms. You can see how smooth the screen moves. So we got really excited at this faster response. And also, many APIs, such as the step counts, all of them were speeded up. So we were able to achieve the faster request response, and that made us all very happy. And also, the number of requests decreased. First, we abolished the BFF. And among use case, repository defines So a BFF to BE, just one request, but from top screen, use a repository and repository of step counts and repository of physical records, and there are many repositories. And based upon the number of those, back BE communication was required. That means there were many BE requests. With the abolition of BFF, we had to make new controller. So for a top view, we made a top controller, and the BE was called up within it, and all of those were consolidated in one controller, and was able to reduce the number of requests. And then what we achieved as a benefit was the dramatic decrease of AWS instances, resulting in the cost reduction. Before refactoring was performed, when we implement campaign as Chokozap campaign site, on the campaign site, we had to prepare so many number of instances. So in any case of load, we avoided any failure. So we really have to employ a large number of instances. But at the end of a campaign, like 11 p.m., we employed about over 100 instances. But as a result of refactoring, today, even in the campaign, we can manage only with 2 or 3 instances. So efficiency was remarkably improved. But if I may add, of course, our backend worked very well, but the infrastructure team and app teams worked so hard, and because of their efforts too, we were able to achieve such a dramatic reduction in the number of instances. And one more benefit from refactoring is that code was made simpler and easier to understand. Simpler and easier to understand code was achieved. So in the onboarding training, the novice employees studied Rails guidelines, and in the onboarding training, we were able to use the same language, and they understood the code, so they are able to use what they learned in the training for the product development. So everyone was very happy. So as achievements, when we changed from DDD to MVC, we felt that for Rails implementation, we should follow Rails way as was described in Rails standards. And in the Kaigi on Rails event, many speakers stated that we should write according to Rails way. So standard tool, standard method, and try to achieve sufficiency and necessity in making. And Mr. Shimada, as the last keynote speech, made that very important point, and I agreed with what he mentioned. So this is something I learned from another conference, but this is something I really felt. So with the abolition of BFF, we were able to reduce the management cost, and request was reduced, making everyone happy. And if I may add, incidentally, during refactoring, what we found with the BFF was as follows. The updating of step counts, when I looked at it with the Datadog, surprisingly, user check requests were sent to BE, and we wondered why. And in the form object, user ID validation was performed as a processing. So the number of step count updating, the user check verification request was sent, and that was the reason. And that was abolished. And processing was improved. As shown in this graph, we saw such a dramatic reduction. At the maximum, 2 million requests was reduced down to 0.5 million or less. So that was something we also found. Now about the future. We will develop an app along the Rails way. So we will work harder to develop apps to increase the value proposition by Choco's app. And for whoever novice employee joins us, we will train them in Rails and try to educate them as Rails engineers. And again, back to our company. We are hiring mid-career hires, and we are always looking for new members. Rubyists are welcome. We are hiring for various positions, and also we have our note, so please visit our note for further information. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Now we would like to entertain questions from the floor. If you have some questions, please raise your hand.
します。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。すごいレールズウェイに。
Thank you very much. That was a very nice speech that we can get on the rails. But why originally? Why was that like that? Why? So those people who were originally writing those codes, maybe they thought that was a good way. So from those who are watching the source code, why they thought that was a good thing? Looking back at the idea of the people in the original times, what was a good point when you imagine the people in those days? As for that, I think you're right. We also have question about that. It's hard to say, but when they made the codes, we were asking the outside vendor. However, it did work out. That's the only answer I can give. We wanted them to make the code based on the Rails, but we don't know for whatever reason there was, but this was made. But we decided to do that as an in-house work, and we spent 3 months, and we spent the time for refactoring. The first 3 months, we were just looking at the existing codes and just to try to hand over those codes. And the people who originally made the code were the people from outside vendors, but somebody besides the other outside vendors that the original ones were made. So when I joined the company, so nobody knows. It is in the dark. Nobody knows why it came like that. So that's the only answer I can give. Thank you very much. So those are the times that people were very unique. Each one were unique. Yes. I think there are many unique characteristics those days. Ruby, you can write the code freely. That's why. And yes, I think it's a free code that you can write freely. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Any other questions?
はい、右側の方お願いいたします。
Thank you very much for your talk. So this is almost a full replacement, I suppose. But how much code has been rewritten? I do not remember the exact volume we worked upon, but for API, well, ChocoZap itself has a very simple mechanism and system. So as a number of APIs, maybe 40 to 50, less than 40 to 50, and the number of models, maybe around 30 or less than 30. I don't exactly remember the number of lines. So it's not that huge, but quite a large volume you had to rewrite. Thank you very much. Thank you.
他にご質問ございますでしょうか。
Any other questions? No further questions? If not, but if you have any questions, please ask him on an individual basis. Thank you very much, Mr. Arai. Thank you. We are going to move on to the closing ceremony. It begins at the 20 minutes past 4. Thank you.
be seated, please. So thank you very much. We are going to have a closing ceremony here. And on behalf of the host, the Deputy Chair, RubyWorld Conference 2024, Mr. Hiroshi Inoue is going to say a few words. Hello, my name is just Inoue. And here, this is a closing remark for the 16th meeting of RubyWorld Conference 2024. So, and this year we have enjoyed a big number of participants. Yesterday, 500 people, and today, 422 people joined this meeting. So a total of 922 people. Thank you very much. And here, perhaps you may have read this one. This is a purpose of this meeting. Actually, this was written by Matsumoto, Mr. Matsumoto. So coming together physically and then just exchanging it, that is quite important. And Mastodon developer relations leader, we have a special guest, Auntie Piper. And thank you very much for your keynote presentation. And here, this conference are or have been conducted by these just organizations composing the executive committee, and these people are serve as advisors. And then, this is the executive committee chaired by Mr. Matsumoto and other people. And here, this is a program planning committee. These people are a member of this committee, and then they have selected this event speakers at this time. And here, this is a working group. And special sponsors. Shimane Prefecture Government and the Matsue City, thank you very much for your support. And then next, Ruby sponsors. So Network Applied Communication Lab, and then AndPAT and Tokium, thank you very much for your cooperation and support to us. And then here, they are platinum sponsors. AWA Management, Agileware, and the Far End Technology, and Vital Lead, Liberty Fish, Sky, Komatsu Denki, and Ruby Business Promotion Association, eGrid, Rise Up, Fenril, and Ashtano Team, and the Shimane OSS Association, Free, UNIFA. So they are platinum sponsors of this event. Thank you very much. And then here, they are gold sponsors. Japan Business Press, and the Sprout, and the Shimane Information Processing Center, and the MATSUE, Techno Project, Medley, and Pentasnet, and the WILD, Internet Initiative, and the TSK Information System, PTC, CoinCheck, CMC Solutions, and MOV. So thank you very much for your support and cooperation. They are gold sponsors. And then next, silver sponsors include many companies, and actually 2 pages. Rocca and ESA, Bumbu Japan, Takeyu Web, Zalfa, Fund Next, Probismo, and Lightweight Ruby Forum, and Ichibatake Electric Train, Acute System, and Trust Software, Japan High Soft, Pay, Smart Style, Persona, Fujitsu Japan, OSS Vision, Manyo, Dog Run, Monster Lab, and next page, Zawell, Smart HR, Willport, Rentio, Donatello, Route 6, Kuon, Ruby Development, Enocom, Code Tact, Ichizoku, Registact, and Enhance.team. Thank you very much. They are silver sponsor, and we would like to appreciate the appreciation for these companies for your support. Here, 2 organizations, 2 special sponsors, 3 Ruby sponsors, 15 platinum sponsors, 14 gold sponsors, 33 silver sponsors. So 27 companies and organizations have supported us to have this special event, RubyWorld Conference 2024. Thank you very much. And this time, Secretariat. Actually, the Secretariat is just served by Ichihata Electric Train. And then working groups. Well, working group meetings have been just met online on a monthly basis. So thank you very much for your efforts. And today, here, Ichibata-san, Ichibata members. Thank you very much. Without their efforts, we couldn't have this kind of a conference. Thank you very much. Well done. And interpreters, Samuel International. And here, the people are just sitting there, up there. And this year, the audio and the images, ASPA. Thank you. And Mr. Iwaishi, thank you very much. This year as well. And the images, Echo, image processing. Thank you very much. Well, actually, they are showing a Ruby, a nice Ruby pose. Actually, they would like to just make this pose kind of a buzz or popular. And then the forum, they were responsible for photo taking. Thank you very much. And yes, this year as well, we had just a lot of exhibition booths as well. Thank you. And this year as well, the Miss Miwa Ishihara just served as MC or facilitated this meeting yesterday. She just wore quite a beautiful kimono, and today this beautiful dress. Thank you very much. And every year, well, actually, design of this conference that is just done by Ishikura-san, Mr. Junichi Ishikura. He is the designer of this conference every year. And here, this is about the opening ceremony. starting with the opening remarks of Mr. Matsumoto and messages from the governor of Shimane, and then from just MATSUE city mayor. And then this is a keynote 1. Andy Piper, he was talking about the MATSUE and the democratic SNS. He advocated the democratic SNS, including the Twitter. And then the Tomoya Ashida is the winner of a Ruby Prize 2024. And then Mr. Shiomi and Ms. Kaneko. Congratulations for them as well. Actually, Mr. Kaneko just received some personal special award as well, just showing what emitting some special atmosphere. And thank you very much. And then here, this is the extra prize, 1 million yen. And then we could just hear his presentation as well. And then on Wednesday, we had the ceremony for Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2024 as well. So 9 companies have received this Grand Prix awards yesterday. They were on the stage and then present their special services. And Mr. Matsumoto just said something about the criteria of selection, but at the same time, along with the services, perhaps we need to just look at evaluate their contribution to the community as well. Actually, based on that kind of a criteria, these companies have been selected this time. And then why don't we just try to create much better services to be on the list of final just nominees? And here, this is a photograph taken at the time reception. Good fish, tasty fish. And then here, this kind of a mascot character came to this reception party as well. So we could just enjoy, have a very good time together at the reception, and perhaps I believe that you could have just a more good time in Matsue City as well. Actually, I brought my eldest son together with me, and perhaps he could see how I work together with other people. And the TSK Tower and the Matsue Teosa light up, and the ruby colored light up that is going on perhaps tonight as well. And this is the second day, and the opening just award that was given by Mr. Maeda. And here they are today's speakers. Can I ask them, or can I introduce them one by one? Koshiba-san, the creative coding and the Ruby learning. Well, the workshop seems to be quite just fun. And next is Asuka Otani, the Ruby camp hosted by Shimane. That was wonderful, according to her comment. Well, I would like to just say something. Actually, that is 4 nights and 5 days. That is a correct just a period of this Ruby camp. And then the cost that was 7,000 again. So if you're interested in it, why don't you just join this kind of a camp as well? And Hirota-san, a kind of a regular visitor, and then creating a Ruby teaching materials using AI. And many companies are saying that they are recruiting or are looking for engineers. But why don't you just take the use of AI more seriously to develop good, excellent engineers? And next is Mr. Koichi Ito, that is about the school, the Ruby-based school programming. So school culture. I think Ito-san or Mr. Ito may have just used some special word, a kind of affection or sticky connection, but that might be necessary as well. And Mr. Sampo Kokanin and Mr. Andrei Novikov and the Evil Martians, GK. Image-proxy.rv, that was their topic. And Mr. Takada, according to Mr. Hasumi, I think his talk was quite complicated, but enjoyable about why. And next is Mr. Masahiro Tomita. He was talking about the discovery of wheels, as I remember. And next is Mr. Seki, DICOM character set that is handled with Ruby. Actually, that was a little bit too difficult for me to understand. But if you just get into the healthcare industry, there may be a lot of mazes there, but Seki-san seems to be just enjoying navigating quite complicated paths in the healthcare industry. And a keynote lecture too. I think this is a very beautiful picture of Mr. Matsumoto. Thank you. So the communities building, and then we are quite close to the next version 4.0. 4.0. So why don't you please just put your effort together to dream about this one. But anyway, thank you very much. And then here, Ruby City Matsue 2.0 commemorative lecture. We have invited Mr. Yokoji. Mr. Yokoji graduated from just Matsue Higashi High School. That means that my daughter just goes to the same high school as well. But just producing a product from Shimane and putting a special spirit into product from Shimane. So I think that was the point of his talk. Next is Mr. Cheng Chung Nan. Nickel, perhaps I should call him Nickel. So kind of actually he was the only person who just developed a lot of things for the healthcare or his hospital. And he said that he was going to just recruit 10 more engineers. I think that meant there should be quite a good stage for them to just do their work successfully. And I would like to just hear his talk again in the future. And Mr. Sim Sangyong, pitchfork introduction. That is how to just level the degradation of latency. And Mr. Yamashita, long-lasting service, 5,000 cases, they are migrated. Actually, he could just overcome that kind of a challenge. And then next is Mr. Yasukawa. Testing and globalization. Just a student create a support program, Mito, and the use of Ruby through and through. Well, thank you very much. And last presentation was given by Mr. Arai. That is a more practical, just a story, I think. So we just enjoy all these speakers' presentations, so thank you very much. And the Ruby Week. So Ruby Week initiative that started last year, and here we are having a Ruby Week as well, and we again enjoy much more by setting or having this kind of a Ruby Week. But I think it may just make Mr. Matsumoto much busier. And there are a lot of events, Ruby with Grand Prix and the Ruby World Conference and other events. And then why don't you just please enjoy the remaining events of Ruby Week. And then next year, November, which date? Perhaps early November. Actually, we couldn't just book this venue in December, so perhaps November. And then November, actually, there are usually a lot of people just come to November because that is a special month in Shimane. So November 6th and the 7th, why don't you just book the hotels for the 6th and the 7th November next year. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again, all of you. And then just I would like to ask Jonathan to say something. Yes, we are gonna wait you to just hear again. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. That is a closing of remarks from Deputy Chair, Mr. Just Inoue. Thank you very much. That's all about today, Ruby World Conference 2024. We have completed all the programs successfully. So, Ruby World Conference Executive Committee just hope the expansion of Ruby business and to have this conference. And we hope that this conference would be helpful or help you expand your business furthermore, and we are looking forward to see you again next year in this place. And then make sure that you just bring your all belongings with you when you leave this place. And please just return the translation receiver to the reception desk. And if you use a parking lot of Clinic Messe, make sure to pick up the free ticket of the parking on the first floor. So that's all. Thank you very much.